everybody with the bus pass. You were born for this. You butter up the people with the verbal trick. You don't give a fuck. It's never enough for you. And you're seated at the head of the table. You're one for the time, hiding out in plain sight. But you don't care if we live or we die. You're one for the time, hiding out in plain sight. No, you don't care if we live or we die. quick fall. So give me your best shot, I'm ready. Give me your worst and I stand steady. So bring the pain, then bring some more. I came to fight, I came for war. Take you down. I came for your kingdom, I came for your crown. I came for your trophy, I came for your pride. I came for your victory, I came for your prize. So give me your best shot, I'm ready. Give me your worst and now stand steady. So bring the pain, then bring some more. I came to fight, I came for war.
...2022 GSL Season 2. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 3 of the GSL CODAS. Artosis is still ill with COVID, so it's going to be State back again. How you doing, State?
Hi, Tasteless. I'm really happy to be here again. Hi, Tasteless. It's me, State. I'm really skinny. I play Protoss.
Good to have you back, Artosis.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
You got the COVID?
Yeah.
I am rolling my chair over the court here.
Yeah.
How was it? How are you feeling?
You know, it was kind of like playing against a B Protoss. I didn't really expect it. It beat me onto my ass. But at the end of the day, I'm better than it, and here I am.
That's right. At the end of the day, you're S rank, and that virus is B rank, and a low B rank at that.
You don't expect what it's going to do. It doesn't even know what it's going to do. But here I am, Tasteless. I'm back, ready to go.
All right.
Feel great.
Yeah?
That quarantine period, I am so sick of being quarantined for whether I have it or not.
Yeah, that's been like the side story of being in Korea or trying to just live here and then go in and out of the country is how much we've had to quarantine. Or
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Originally, it was State that first got COVID out of all the people we knew, and he was at my house before. I had to quarantine for like 10 days or something.
I know. Yeah.
You were in your house for 7. Is that right?
Yeah, 7 for this, and
with your 4 kids in that house,
Woo!
Not being able to leave.
Well,
I bet you're just sad it wasn't 8 days. So what I'm guessing.
Terribly sad. I wish I wasn't here right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, to be honest, though, maybe the highlight of that quarantine was sitting on my couch watching GSL. I was like, damn, this is a mighty fine show. When I don't have anything to do, I'm just sitting on my couch. Like, for Group A, me and my oldest daughter just sat there and watched it and, like, talked about StarCraft and talked about other stuff, too.
Yeah.
And we basically talked about Minecraft and StarCraft the whole time. It was a great day.
Yeah.
Sounds
like a good afternoon for
now,
sure.
Unfortunately, I didn't get paid for that.
Yeah.
So here I am again.
Yeah, you definitely want to be cast with me over your daughter, Artosis. So it's a better
Well, no,
gig.
that's not true, but I get paid to do it with you. So
this is true. This is going to be a fun group here today. We are going to have Dark, Ryung, Armani, and Zoun duking it out. I think, no offense to Armani, but I think he is the least likely to get out. The other three, I'm kind of torn between Ryung and Zoun. I do think Dark is the guy who advances. I'd be shocked if he didn't move on. But
yeah, that would be bizarre. In fact, it would be so bizarre, Tasteless. I have to spoiler this record that he's going to set tonight. As long as he doesn't get dead last in his group, and again, I get a lot of these awesome stats from Coach Hanfei, a big GSL fan. But if he does not get dead last in the group, he will have been the first player to achieve 20 consecutive 16th or better place finishes.
That's insane, man.
20! That's double parting award. The parting award, 16, a round of 16 10 times in a row?
Right.
He'll literally have 2 of those in a row, so it's like the new...
That's the new thing.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to make history today, I think, unless Dark really does not perform the way we would have expected him to. And look, I mean, we really have an all-star lineup here at GSL, but Dark is one of the heavyweights of that pantheon of great players.
And with Rogue out, he's got to be looking at this as a real possibility of victory number 3, right? Because Rogue is very oftentimes the guy that takes him out.
Yeah. Now, Ryung last season played extremely well. I feel like Ryung was kind of floating in the background for a decent chunk of GSL in the middle of its life, I guess you could call it that. Ryung was, of course, a powerhouse player early on.
Yeah.
But he seems to be extremely active. I know he's been streaming a lot. And honestly, I mean, he played very, very well last season. So I think he's kind of the wild card player here out of everybody.
Yeah.
Can he bring that back again? He had certainly had periods in, multiple seasons where he just sort of was, basically fallen off. He was like a top 32 player, not able to get deep into a GSL. But this is going to be a real test here with Ryung because he's going up against the best of the best here with Dark.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Ryung. But if he plays the same level he played last season, round of 10, even a round of 6 is not outside of the scope of what he can do.
That is true.
Because he did have a great season last season.
Guys, our game has loaded up. This is the map Nautilus 2, Dark versus Ryung. Let's go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Team GP. Ryong.
By the way, Tasteless, I forgot to tell you this, so I'm just going to tell you on air.
Okay.
So Group A, when I turned on, the group, and the kids were like finishing up dinner, and my wife was sitting next to me on the couch, and you opened the show and said that I was gone with monkeypox.
Oh yeah.
And my wife actually laughed. She found that really funny. And she normally doesn't think we're funny at all, so great job on that.
That was Artosis recovered from COVID, but then he got monkeypox, so he's still here. I'm glad you like that, Artosis. So, yeah, man. Let's get into this game, dude. I mean, if Ryung can really play extremely well here, I'm going to be impressed. I do think it's a pretty likely 2-0 here from Dark.
2-0?
Yeah.
Not even one victory for
Not
Ryung.
even one victory. Yeah, I went there.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Why do you hate Terran players?
I hate them so much. I'm glad you figured that out from my analysis there. I can't stand the Artosis.
Yeah, it's a bias that I've been noticing for a long time. I am thinking about making a Reddit thread about it. I haven't decided
You probably
yet.
should.
It'll probably be under one of my many alts.
I feel like there was this period where there were so many people we knew who actually had multiple Reddit accounts, and I'm like, you're insane. Like, this is crazy.
No, that's
I don't even have one. Now, it is Nautilus, so it's a 4-player map. They are in cross spawns, which I feel like is pretty good for Dark. I feel like the further away you are from the Terran, the better it is going to be for you.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what Ryung wants to pull out here, because I think he's smarter than most of the Terran players. I think it has to do with, you know, the type of experience that he has. He's been around forever, like you mentioned before.
Right.
And so it's kind of like, I think a lot of his big brainedness is what's helping him to play well. And honestly, looking at last season, like the most impressive stuff that we saw out of him, I think, probably his series against CEST, where he was super far behind and fought back and won.
Yeah.
And that was truly impressive. Like that was, and I know it's a different matchup, but if you can do that TVP, like, I mean, you can make just about anything happen, right? Like he's at a very good level right now. He had a great Katowice, of course.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he can perform here. But I do definitely think that this is just kind of situationally pretty decent for Dark here. I feel like all Dark has to do is basically keep growing, kind of monitor the Terran, and probably play an overpowering macro game here.
But occasionally, though, you'll see on Nautilus, if the Terran can kind of keep Zerg in the quadrant, if they can keep the creep spread down enough that you can't really get too good of a 5th base, definitely. The 5th base may be a little bit easier than the 6th, but that 5th base itself is pretty difficult here, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. You're right. I mean, it's funny. It can be misleading when you first look at the map that it looks like it's pretty open and kind of paved out. But in fact, yeah, it really is kind of cut into 4 specific boxes. And yeah, getting off of your quadrant, getting off of your box you start in, is a little bit hard for Zerg. And Zerg certainly is burdened with having to do that right away. It is also, though, conversely, if the game goes on long enough, I think extremely difficult for the Terran, too, if the game gets long and Zerg does get like another quadrant on Nautilus.
Well, I think the amount of pressure you would have to keep Zerg under to be able to maintain a 5th base here is Terran, because you simply can't defend your 4 and then also a 5th.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can put a planetary there and some turrets, but
they'll blow it up with banelings.
Yeah,
and then
it's
you'll lose
like,
the
it
game.
almost doesn't even make sense to make a planetary, you know? It's like a very slim amount of things that it defends against. But yeah, it's that can be tough, and I think you do have to apply like such an absurd amount of pressure to make that work. But we'll see if Ryung is capable of that, right? Like he's going Banshee Hellion here. He's getting Stim, so it's not going to be one of these old school Ryung mass Banshee type plays.
Now, for the time being, we've got the Baneling's Nest coming down here. Everything looks pretty ordinary here for the Terran. I mean, you mentioned the Banshee's Artosis. That's probably the only little flare inside the build. But right now, Ryung's basically just trying to make sure that the creep can't spread that much.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that's really going to be the deciding factor as to whether or not this push is going to work. He does get an Overlord, which is pretty good.
Yeah, no real damage one way or the other so far. You know, just the lightest pressure from Ryung, but the Queen's standing in the front, not even caring, pushing their creep. Some rocks being taken down. Dark trying to open up these other paths. I think that is, those rocks he's taken out, I'll bet you just about anything he wants to take his 5th down there. Oh, I like that. Cloak and then fly through the slow zone. That's good.
Yeah, that's that's the move right there.
That's the moment I knew that's the moment I knew Ryung would finally win a GSL.
These shots are a bit staggered here from the Banshee, hitting the extractor over the drones. I think he did kill 1.
Well, don't forget he's still under time distortion after going through that slow zone, man. So, not his fault.
Yeah, that's true. So we've got the Hellions coming up now. And this is important, and I think this is one of the main reasons why we had the Banshee sent out here is because the Queens have to go back. He can actually come in here and clear this out a little bit. That being said, Dark is doing a pretty effective job, of being pretty aggressive and assertive about moving the creep out.
There's a Hydralisk Den on the way here. And Ryung is already making siege tanks. You know, Lingbane Hydra, obviously this is defensively a ridiculously strong composition. Like, Ryung should not be able to really kill Dark. Not anytime soon, at least. Like, generally, you get into at least 2 factory siege tanks there. But it's hard for Dark to really counter, right? Like, you can do some Ling Bane, as always. Like, any strat can kind of do a little bit of Ling Bane harassment.
Yeah.
But he's definitely taken quite a defensive stance at the moment.
Okay, so here comes that drop now. And this is really just targeted for the creep that's going to be down here. He needs to look for an opening. We're not at the point where Terran's really going to push yet, but, you know, you're trying to find a desirable target to try to hit when you come in here. So he clears out the creep down there. This is going to burden the Queens with coming back down once more. And, you know, having to re-creep that whole area. But Terran's still continuing to power up on the 3 bases that he has. And I believe there's a 4th command center being made. And I think, you know, as we've talked about earlier, what we alluded to when the game started is that on this map specifically, it just seems like Terran gets 4 bases, and then it's like, now we're going to try to end the game.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to try to match them like so many other maps where Terran just kind of tries to continue to hold their own against the Zerg and either kill one of the Zerg's last bases, or the Zerg sometimes even mines out before the Terran. This map is quite different.
Yeah. And, I mean, most Terrans, though, I think, you know, will go up to about 4 bases and then just play the heavy macro, heavy pressure play. You know, like, we've only really seen Maru be super successful with, you know, going up to 7 bases and doing everything at once. I don't know if Ryung is at that level. He's, like, very, very good right now, but I would be impressed if he could pull something like that. I find this interesting. I don't, like, the fact that he is sieged up in the center on the watchtower, like, this will prevent creep from moving forward, and it kind of applies pressure, right? You're kind of on the edge of creep, but I don't think it's actually doing anything. And you're in such kind of a wide open central area. It's like a speed up zone. So, like, I don't know about that. Okay, he moves out of it, but that's kind of like a funny looking thing, right? Because as Dark maxes out in Ling Bane, fairly certain he could crush that if you sit there too long.
Yeah. Okay, well, he's going to be driven back a little bit here. Yeah, I'm worried the creep spread is just, it's so far out. I don't feel like you can actually push into this. I think that Ryung had a lot of ideas that were actually pretty good, but this creep spread is pretty intimidating. Maybe if he gets some tanks up on this ledge to the left, it might be doable, but...
Well, this is the weakest area for creep, right? Like,
sure looks like it,
It makes sense that this would be where he tries to push. Is he going to be able to get the hatch? Maybe. Okay, here comes the Ling Bane through that quick zone. Oh my god. Imagine if there was creep in there, Tasteless. Everything blinks then. Banelings with blink, think about that for a moment.
Yeah. Banelings with blink would be the most busted thing ever. The only way to make them better is to be that when they blow up, they don't die. I don't know, man. It does seem like Dark has kind of, you know, not been stopped just yet. We need to get some tanks a little bit closer to this. Now, this can't be the optimal way to come in, but it might work anyways.
There's just not that much here for Ryung. Like, he's got a good spread as far as siege tanks go, but that is a lot of Ling Bane Hydra there.
Yeah.
Now, he does have another group of Marines coming down. There's no Banes right this second. Like, okay, well, there's 4 Banes left that are all damaged. I almost feel like if you're going to push. If you give him any extra time, his army's going to be so much bigger, and it's going to be there quicker than your army. So I feel like Ryung, like, whether or not that was a good move, that push that he attempted there, he's not, I don't think he's going to be able to bust it now, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he really hasn't done anything. And, you know, he's going to try to come through here with more of these Banes. There's just so many Lings and Banes here. He can't even be on the ground. It looks like he might actually lose 1 medevac. He does.
Well, Ultralisk Caverns on the way, 3-3s on the way on both sides. Liberators coming up. Ryung does have his 4 bases up, so, like, that's nice, and he is getting into Marauders. Okay, cool. But he's lost his map control. Dark is on 5 base. Not a big fan of this position for Terran.
Yeah, I mean, this is, our Casso don't always, you know, become prescient, but this one certainly seems like it has. Like, Zerg has grown off of that 4th base, and now, you know, it's going to be hard for Terran to grow out. Terran, I think, out of all the races, have the hardest time, like, taking over the entire map. They've always been like that all the way to, like, you know, StarCraft 1 before Brood War. They've just sort of, it's been like a feature of the race. And so I feel like now it's going to be troublesome for the, oh my God! It's going to be troublesome for the Terran to try to take a base like this one down here at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, well, he's being reasonably efficient there.
Yeah, well, I just don't see any Banes in these fights. Oh, there's one there.
Yeah,
Can't get his turn.
Oh, God. Is he going to lose this?
Yeah.
You should be able to abduct buildings. That's what I think, Tasteless.
The building should be able to fly up again to a higher level. Where they can't shoot that hard.
I wonder, wouldn't that be interesting, right? Like, if you could lift off your command center and send it into the next game. Like
That's right.
You're going to lose this one, so you send send
see.
stuff into the future. It's kind of like Terminator or something,
Yeah.
you know?
I'm like, that. We get that thing over there. It's like that command center is John Connor's dad or whatever. No, honestly, like, I don't know, man. I think Ryung is kind of running up against a problem with the map and the matchup at the same time.
Yeah, it's certainly tough.
Now, the only thing that really is going well for Ryung, sort of well, I should say, is that the entire map isn't covered in creep. But I think that's going to come soon, because he's lost control of the middle of the map here.
Yeah, there's hatcheries kind of going down everywhere, and like if you're not maintaining some sort of pressure, some sort of map control, how are you going to fight against this Zerg? Like, look at how far behind creep most everything is. Even if he kills this base there, which doesn't really have creep around it yet, does that matter? Does that put him in a winning position? Even if literally we watched and he sent his own units, like Dark did, to kill that hatchery, I would still tell you he's well ahead.
Yeah, I would agree. The creep is almost to the point of passing over the speed area in the middle of the map. Terran is going to try to reclaim 6 o'clock once more. But Zerg is actually Zerg is maxed out, excuse me. So he's going to make 16 more Banelings, maybe even a little bit more than that. And probably pull the trigger and try to go for a fight like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, he's going to go through that slow zone there. Some EMPs. That was a beautiful EMP going down. And, well, that's he's actually kind of running into the smallest choke possible. So loses a little bit here. Some of the Banes do connect. Ultras going after this additional base.
I think he could save this in time, though.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty egregious overextension there from Dark.
Yeah, that definitely was not as high-quality attack. But he's staying on the Ling Bane with Ultra. He has more hatches that are finishing up here. 84 workers. I guess the one thing we can say for Ryung is he hasn't really lost workers, right? Like, he's lost a total of 19, but that's not that big a deal. He has 74 workers, right? So his economy is still pretty solid. But where is that 5th base going to be? How is he going to attack?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, this game could just fizzle out, man. It could just be the Terran eventually runs out of minerals. The Zerg should have more than enough to economically just leverage this to just dump Lings and Banes down there. What's so funny?
You said it could fizzle out, and I was just looking at it. I'm like, you're right. Ryung's Terran right now is a flat Sprite.
Yes.
Like, this is no one wants to drink this Terran position, Tasteless.
Yes, you don't want to have soda without carbonation, man.
No.
And this could just be, this game could be like, does your wife do this where like a soda's not finished so they put the can that's half drank in the fridge?
No, I dump them.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have a chance
my
to do
girlfriend's
it.
been doing this, and it's like, it's making me mad, where I'm like, I will never drink a soda that's not, like, throw it out.
Not bubbly.
Be wasteful, yeah. It's gone, it's over.
You know that in China they have Red Bulls that have no carbonation? It's like drinking fruit punch.
Is a
man.
Red
It's
Bull
great.
carbonated?
Yeah.
Is it? I don't feel like Red Bull's carbonated.
Okay, Tasteless, well, it is.
Is it? I feel like it's not carbonated.
Oh, my God. Yes, it is,
This
Tasteless.
is where you guys find out I'm not a gamer. It's like, you don't even know everything about energy drinks. How can you be a gamer, Tasteless? Like,
How do you even game without energy, Tasteless?
Yeah.
No one can game without energy.
I'm looking this up on my phone.
Look at that. It's a Grand Canyon, man. A whole set of mules running away from the Ultras. Oh.
Damn, it is carbonated. There you go. Wow. Well, this is just like an uncarbonated, uncaffeinated Red Bull. How about that? Yeah. GG. Best cast ever.
Well, that was, you know, when he was trying to push down that 5th base, and he had his tanks spread so much that, like, I mean, they were everywhere,
Well, they were
right?
so spread out that they couldn't even cover each other.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
It's like not even Nightcrawler could have saved all those siege tanks.
Yeah,
man.
it was.
And he can teleport. Tasteless.
That's true. He can go through walls.
But yeah, after that failed and Ryung did not continue to push, like I think at that point he's against like 3-4 Banes. He actually had a good amount of bile. Maybe he can push, but the second he chooses not to, I think the game is almost sealed right there against a player of Dark Excalibur.
Hardwire is going to be map number 2 here. I think that Ryung's going to have a better shot of taking on Dark here. I think the spawns in that map in general just not very good for Terran against a Zerg. But let's see if he can come up with something different this time around.
Yeah, going to be a better map for him for sure. His map choice. Let's see.
And if he can win there, we go to Berlingrad for map number 3. And it looks like our game has now loaded up. Guys, Dark versus Ryung, game 2 starts now.
Came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Team GP. Ryong.
Are you glad you're back, Artosis?
Very. Oh my god.
Did you stream for extra time or anything like that, or?
No, I just did my normal stream last week and today. But no, it's
watch any good movies. Or
I tell
TV
you, as soon as
shows?
my quarantine was done, Tasteless, I'm like, I am taking a walk.
Oh, I bet.
I was out of there, Tasteless. But no, it's good to get back to work and see human beings. And have everyone look at me worriedly and ask me if I'm okay.
Yeah, that was me. I texted you this morning. I'm like, are you sure you don't have COVID? It's going to be a real pain in the ass if I get COVID, Artosis.
Yeah. Well.
So I don't know if there's going to be anything super special about Ryung's build just yet. Again, this map, it's more realistic that you can actually try to push a Zerg and control him pretty well.
That is for sure. Hoping that he can get something done here. I'm still a little bit confused about that push. Like, the spread that he had and everything. I don't know. I mean, you're playing against a Max Zerg, Lingbane Hydra, and it did not feel like a well-executed, well-placed push.
Yeah, man. Thing is, you know, on that map, it just seems like all Zerg has to do is just let the game draw out. You know what I mean? And you're going to get that overpowering economy and kind of come in there and punish.
Yeah, it's tough to go up against, but you know, if you can keep that pressure on, you know, get some quality trades for a bit, you can make it work out. You just see, it didn't feel like he ever made any real headway, literally at any moment. It's like when the highlight of your game is killing 2 drones and then some creep tumors. It's like, ooh, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah. Okay, it should be a pretty straightforward group here for Dark. Although Zoun I do have some questions about. I mean, he does occasionally just have these blowout performances.
That's true. That's true.
I'm going to keep an eye on that as well here.
Now, when he plays his best, it's pretty damn good. Now, Ryung is going for a very fast 3rd CC before his starport here. So, good high economy build, not reliant upon early damage. And we'll see if he goes Banshee here once again. It didn't feel like the Banshees were that impactful, but I mean, you got to make something, right? You got to
try to interfere with him somehow, right?
Yeah, you can't just let a Zerg sit. That doesn't work. Oh, Viking on the way. Okay, push back some Overlords. I like it.
Yeah, do something to clear that out. Force him to remake, get rid of some vision on the map here. And so it didn't look like, I mean, we have another pair of Hellions being made here. We're going to see how long he actually commits on this. It does seem like if they make Hellions in pairs for a while, a lot of this comes down to like how much value they're going to get from those Hellions.
Yeah.
We've had a couple games where like they'll be roaming around and killing creep, and then suddenly a bunch of speedlings come out and just surround him and kill him.
Yeah.
And then it seems like the Zerg can really run away with the game.
Yeah, I don't like a lot of the time when people try to die with the Hellions as well. You know, a lot of times you'll have like 6 Hellions, and they'll be like, now's my moment, and then they run in, and it just, you get like 2 drones, and that's it. And it's like, okay, that was your map control, that was your how you kept creep down. We'll see what he does here. I mean, he's been very consistent on the Hellion production. He's got to have like 8, right?
Yeah, I mean, he should have at least 6, probably 8. Is he going to just
he's
do
about
another
to
round?
Pop out 2 more, so.
Sometimes he's going to be kind of merged in with the actual push as well, where you can basically clean out Banes before they can get close to the Marines.
Yeah, sometimes you see him turn into Hellbats for that tanking ability as well.
Is he going to get the... Oh, no transfuse there.
Oh, yeah, look at that. 3rd CC going to land.
And again, I think expect a stronger performance here from Ryung. I think this map is much more doable here.
Yeah. You want that kind of smaller map. There's a Liberator going across the map right now.
Is he going to bounce it back? Oh, kind of misplaced the mine there.
Okay. 1 drone. Almost gets an egg, not quite. Has to pull back.
Oh, this is big.
Okay. Now that's nice. That I like. That I like. He didn't really lose anything, some health and everything. Drew his attention one way and ran and got a few drones. Not bad.
All right, comes in again. Yeah, this is some legitimate, decent damage here. Going to kill a queen. Almost gets a 3rd, or 2nd, excuse me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Didn't do too well with that. It's like, yeah, you get the higher energy queen, I guess, but harassment not so much. 1-1 on the way for both sides. Not that far behind for Dark, so that's kind of nice. Baneling speed coming. Clearing a little bit of creep here.
Yeah, just going to power up here. Baneling speed is on the way now. And we're getting closer and closer to the point where the Terran is going to need to try to push out here. I don't think we're going to have a 4th CC taken before that. I could be wrong. But yeah, we're going to see that push coming.
Yep. Infestation pit coming up.
Zerg's going up to 5 bases now. Now, on this map, you could have taken the bottom right base. It's actually where the Hellions are going through right now. That's another location to take. But the Terran wants to try to push out the creep anyways down here because you can send tanks down and get behind this base and basically shell it from below.
Yeah.
And so we're probably going to be having that coming up here. Now there's medevacs. We have a pair of them. They're going to be coming out here trying to draw some more attention, maybe targeted towards the main. Oh, actually, they're going to drop out over here and try to clean up creep on that side of the map instead.
Yeah, they could even stim towards that, like, 4th base location.
Sure.
It's a possibility. It doesn't look like there's really many drones there at the moment.
A lot of Banes, though. You can't interact with that.
No. Well, the second factory is coming up. Hydralis Den does get started around the same time as the Hive, so looks like he's going to be going towards Lurker. We already saw Macro Hatch, by the way, go up in the main, so it is really a Ling Bane-based defense.
Yeah. So right now, Dark is basically continuing to push out creep on all sides, doing an excellent job at that. But, you know, honestly, yeah, it's not exactly like Ryung's made much of a scratch here. Now, this might be the moment here, as he caused an imbalance here in the defenses. The Widow Mines are going to be burrowed. We've got the Hellbats set up here to soak. He could try to wedge this infantry behind this. Seem to be more concerned about the Banes coming than they didn't move up.
This is good so far from Ryong. Let's see, some Banes come up now to help. The Hellbat's actually doing a great job of tanking. He does get a few mine connects.
All right, he swoops away with 2 of the medevacs full of units. We don't see reinforcements coming down just yet.
I don't think that was terrible by Ryong or anything like that. Like, I think it was okay.
I don't think it was terrible. I don't know if it was that great either, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't really get much done with it.
That was not a hoorah moment.
No. So here come those Marines now.
Drilling claws on the way. More Raxes, more mines. Ryung does have his 4th base up, so I really do like that. And his 2-2, reasonably quick. Yeah, with the Hydras out now, you can't really do moves like this as easily anymore.
Yeah, well, that's when the medevacs can start to get punished here. And, you know, it's funny, you know, Dark, obviously a guy who's basically planning to go all the way to a GSL Finals here, doesn't want to show anything too interesting in either of these games. He's playing a very textbook conservative macro game. I think because he knows there's probably Terrans that are harder to face off against than Ryung here. And so far, we're just kind of seeing Ryung struggle to make any progress on the map.
Yeah, if you have like a super special build, you're probably saving it for Maru specifically. And Dark just holding pretty much everywhere. Oh, man. Like, I'm trying to figure out where Ryung goes from here. He still has a solid economy. He hasn't taken damage himself. His army's been reduced a few times. He's going for a style that we don't see against Ling Bane Hydra very often, which is Marine Mine Marauder. Like, we've really only seen Maru do that much. The thing is, this is not that common anymore anyways, although I feel like it's been coming back to Ling Bane Hydra. But when you're going for, like, pure bio and mines, you got to, like, really be on top of it and really be fast.
Yeah. Okay, so these Lings and Banes are going to tear down the rocks over here. And I think we're going to see this game actually a lot like Game 1, kind of transition back into the same situation as Game 1. Where it's like the Terran, you know, did their damnedest to try to make progress here on the map. And they failed, and now Zerg has the ability to seesaw the action back over to the Terran side.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have a great defense. This composition he's going for is very offensive.
Yeah.
So, like, he's pulling back, but there's just so much for
Oh, my God.
Very one-sided series.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah,
Not an easy cast
like
either, to be honest, guys. It was
like a mismatch.
tough to watch here. GG Dark takes that 2-0. And I don't know what to say, man. Dark, bigger, better, faster, stronger. Nothing fancy in his play, just a solid performance, a reactive Zerg oriented towards growth.
Yeah.
And a Terran who could do nothing to stop him in that process.
Yeah. And, you know, definitely a problem for Ryung. We've seen much better play from him in the other 2 matchups. Not that his TVZ looks terrible, but you got to be, like, really on that next level to take out Dark, right? Look at him just smile.
He's like, haha. Remember when he tried to kill my creep tumors? My creep tumors? Guys, not much else to say. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, ZVP, Armani versus Zoun coming up next. Stick around.
The games we play. These are the games we play. These are the games we play. Cause it makes me feel good, it makes me look good. I gotta get that new thing. I want the real thing. Give me that brand new. for a minute.
아침은 라떼, 헐리 점심은 라떼, 헐리 저녁엔 라떼, 헐리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 헐리.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래? 아침은 라떼, 헐리 점심은 라떼, 헐리 저녁엔 라떼, 헐리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 헐리.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요?
네.
아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모로 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아오도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. Dark. Ryung. Armani. Zoun. Round of 20. Group C. Africa TV. Freak Up Studio. Live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Season 2. What's up, everybody? We're back. And we're going to go to the next match, and I hope it's a little bit more interesting than the one we just saw. That was, I don't know, that was just like watching Dark eat his lunch. What that was like.
No, that was a brutal series, Tasteless. I mean, you guys had so many great series while I was gone, and I come back to that.
Yeah. You come back here with your protein spikes and everything, just
Spikes.
mucking up the show, Artosis.
I know. It's too bad.
Yeah.
I take full responsibility
Well,
for Ryung having no chance against Dark.
This is all your fault, so it's crazy.
Yeah.
I hope this is a closer one, but I'll tell you what, I do feel like this is kind of the other big mismatch that we're going to have. I think Armani has a small chance here, but Zoun really is one of these guys that's on the very forefront of, how Protoss works. He's been innovating a lot. He's now, become commonplace in GSL. I remember a little while back where it was like, he's the new guy. But, I mean, he's here, and I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, but Zoun has been, like, so up and down. Occasionally he looks like someone that's, like, maybe top 4 material. And then sometimes he's like, well, look at that. Look at that. It's like he's trying to make a W, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Except the W's, like, falling off at the end, which is even sadder.
Yeah.
Hopefully it re-peaks and we just got multiple
It's like,
W's.
if you look on the right, it's like that's the end of the mountains. More interesting on the other side. What's going
That's
on
where
over
the
there?
sea is right there.
That's, yeah.
Luckily, Zoun made some islands, so that's great.
Trying to make a Stegosaurus back there. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to start this out on Hardwire, Map 2, 2,000 atmospheres, and Map 3 is Golden Wall. Armani versus Zoun. Zoun certainly being somewhat inconsistent in the past, but I would say overall a better player. Armani has been hustling. He's been struggling for a while now. Is this going to be his breakout group and his breakout GSL? If it is, we're probably going to see it in this match that's starting right now.
I came for war.
Guangdong Freaks. Armani. Alpha X, Zoun.
All right, so before this gets going, well, I mean, it's PVZ. We got to wait for the cybernetic score.
Yeah, we're going to need a little bit of time.
You thought that the additional...
No adepts.
So true. Please. Remember when Legacy of the Void came out? We're like, oh, thank God, we don't have to talk about how we have to wait for the cybernetic score to finish for anything to happen in this matchup.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, we were idiots.
We were fools, Artosis.
Yeah, I know. It's still exactly that. Anyways, you mentioned something.
Yeah.
It doesn't say yeah. Oh, my God.
Nice.
Oh. Excellent. Okay, so anyways, you were actually saying this on the commercial break, Tasis, and
yeah.
I want to talk about it for a minute. You were mentioning that you were thinking of maybe getting one of these. In Korea, if you go to a convenience store, you know, like if you go to a convenience store. And
Oh,
you're
yeah,
like,
I did bring this up. I was like, you're just going to make up something that I didn't say. I'm like, well, this is just strange, but yeah, go ahead.
This is just something protein spikes do to you. But yeah, basically, you know, obviously you can go and get like a cold drink from the refrigerator. But in Korea, there's also these little things that heat drinks.
Yeah, it's
so
like, a heated mini fridge.
Yeah,
but
it's a heated mini fridge, basically.
Yeah, it makes it warm.
Yeah, and that's like pretty baller. Like that's pretty sick. That's a good idea that you have.
I was thinking about buying one of those. Yeah,
like just to keep some heated drinks. And some of the things you can get in there, guys, are like a honey drink, a ginseng drink,
green tea,
yeah,
warm green tea in there.
I think they probably have coffees in there. Like, you know,
yeah.
sometimes you want a hot drink, not a cold drink.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. But what do you call that contraption? Like, the other one is a refrigerator. Is this like an unfrigerator?
Or an anti-refrigerator?
Anti-refrigerator.
Let me look it up.
And if you combine a refrigerator and an anti-refrigerator, then you
have true love.
I was gonna say you get like a lot of power and like you can power a starship or something, but I don't even know what you call that.
Dude, I tried to look this up on my phone just now, and the first result it gave me was the Xbox Series X mini fridge.
Oh my God.
Not what I was looking for.
Microsoft really is taking over.
I know.
All right, we have a Void Ray on the way.
Yeah, so this could potentially be a pretty slow game here. We got to see if it's going to be one Void Ray or it's going to be a multitude of Void Rays. But the important thing to note is that basically the Void Ray it keeps you safe against anything too crazy early on. And usually allows you to set up for a pretty easy third base.
By the way, do you think anyone's going to actually start using Heroes style PvZ?
You know, I was wondering that. I mean, we've got this matchup now, and it doesn't look like it's going to be that just yet. But, you know, you could open up with something like this and then try to transition into that. It seems like Hero's on to something that the other Protosses haven't figured out. Either that or the other Protosses think it's not good. But I think after seeing his performance earlier on last week, it's undeniable that this seems to be the way that Protoss should go. Well, it's a more active, aggressive style that allows you to grow and really puts the burden on the Zerg to figure it out. Where so much of what this game has become lately is the Zerg kind of running away with the game while the Terrans or Protosses try to stop them.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's not forget Hero was using it last season, and it seems like it took him a while to really perfect it, and it looks ridiculously good. But it's just kind of funny to see other Protosses not try it yet. Although, to be fair, Zoun is a very technical Protoss player. This is a guy that really likes high-tech units, flying units, disruptors, things like that. So I wouldn't be as surprised with him not doing it, but I was surprised to see CEST kind of leave it on the floor when it seems like a style that would suit him well.
Yeah.
Leave it on the table, floor. Oh my God.
Leave it on the floor.
Leave it right on the floor.
We leave it right on top of his fridge. I'm like, what are we doing? So the Robo's going to come here. Basically, Protoss just going to very quietly tech up. And honestly, dude, this is just not going to be like that Hero style at all. I mean, it's going to be one of these games where the Protoss is trying to power up, get a very strong air fleet here, and then try to punish the Zerg. And I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Artosis, but I've always felt like there's something kind of wrong with this play. Like, I get the ideas behind it. It just seems like the Zerg plays correctly. They should overcome it.
Oh, are you talking about Sky Toss specifically?
Yeah,
or Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that what Sky Toss does is it invites a lot of opportunities for Zerg to screw up. because Zergs don't like to play against it, and it can be really cost efficient. So if they screw up, they're in big trouble. And it's extremely easy to do for Protoss. It is not hard to make Void Rays and sit there and then go carrier. But that's not exactly what Zoun is doing this time, actually. This is almost... It feels to me like he is... he's being rather tricky, because he started +1 air attacks rather quickly, but he only got 1 Stargate. And he is making Void Rays out of it, but
yeah,
like,
he's getting charged here as well with the Templar Archive. So I think he's might have tricked Armani and me at the start here, where he's actually going to be doing something a little bit different. You know, one thing about going for the Void Rays early on is it kind of seals off intel from the Zerg, right? So the Zerg has to anticipate, you know, a lot of different things. And in the past, we've had it where they just kind of make 2 more Stargates, and we've got 3 Stargates pumping. Void Rays, sometimes carriers, sometimes even later on in the game, Tempests.
Yeah.
But in fact, there's going to be a gateway timing embedded inside of the build.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I mean, +1 and charge on the way. But look, he adds 2 Stargates behind this. So this is like, this almost feels like a triple trick, right? He makes it look like it's some sort of sky toss. And he should be hitting a massive Zealot attack.
With disruptors.
Honestly, he hasn't made that many. Well, the Disruptor Zealot doesn't pair well. I almost feel like the Disruptors are defensive. But he hasn't really made the Zealot, so maybe he doesn't do the attack. I don't know. I don't know. But
I thought it was coming
at
too.
Home,
but a 4th base is coming, so it wouldn't make any sense for him to attack out now.
Yeah, the Lings do force a little pants there, kind of nice. Oh, Nidus Swarm on the way. Well, this is exactly the type of situation where you need those Disruptors, right? A couple Drop Lords as well, so it looks like he's... Drop Lords plus Nidus.
Well, I think when Armani sees Zoun trying to grow even more, this is going to trigger an attack on a lot of different fronts. And so we basically have to see if Zoun's going to be ready, because Armani's going to be hitting him pretty hard here.
So 8 Queens are in Drop Lords.
Yeah.
And then he has like Ling Hydra coming through the center. He's making roaches, and he has a Nidus finishing.
Oh, I think he's going to have the Nidus come where the Queens drop.
You might be right.
So a lot of times the Nidus finishes, and then the Queens come out of the Nidus, transfuse it, and it kind of snowballs the fight. Instead, I think it's going to be like Queens first, and then the Nidus, so that it can't be killed off at all.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he just jumps into the main like that. Like, he's drawing all the units here, all the attention here to this Hydra Roach.
A lot more roaches are being made here. And there it is. The Nidus has started. Zealots are going to be shredding up the workers over here at this base.
Yeah, this is kind of fascinating. Like, the Zealots are doing a good job there, but this is going to be really annoying to clean up.
Yeah.
All of his Disruptors are outside. Like, if you had 2 Disruptors in there, you could have blown this up pretty quickly, but as is, pretty tough.
Yeah, and I don't know that Zoun can protect. Oh my God! Wow, big connects over there.
That was silly.
Multitasking quite a bit. Yeah, the Zealots really can't do that much against this, it looks like. Unpowering so many buildings.
Oh boy. So this is, like, he hasn't actually done that much damage with this yet. Right? It looks really scary.
Well, he's destroyed a lot of infrastructure here.
Yeah, he's killed some of the buildings on the edge and unpowered some, but, like, this can still be cleaned well. Like, look, he's still got all his Disruptors.
It's going to depend on these Disruptor shots.
Ooh.
Pretty nasty shot right there. We need to get some more transfuses down here.
He really needs another one there.
Here
and
we
should
go.
kill that Nidus that's behind him. I feel like he should just turn around and kill that.
Well, he's sending more out of here. And, if he can just bum rush the Disruptors, I think he's going to be fine. Big connects over there. The thing is, the last Void Rays picked off, and this is... Oh, there's a second Nidus over here. That was confusing.
Yeah. I think he needed to target that down quickly, because that was how he's losing Disruptors now, right?
Well, yeah, then he can just come right up to the Disruptors and damage them. It is like basically just 2 Disruptors left over as the last Archon's picked off. A couple of Zealots here and there. I think he's basically going to strong arm him here, and I think this game is over.
Yeah, it was... He almost defended the main here, but not quite. He is going to lose the entire main, which now we're getting up to the type of damage where I don't know how you're supposed to come back here.
Yeah, he's got at least 6 gateways because he's still warping in. But, I mean, this is a brutal amount of damage. And keep in mind, all the Stargate units are gone. which is really kind of what was ensuring that you couldn't be overpowered here. He's going to hit this pylon. You're not going to have any more, or at least you're going to have less warp hits, I should say.
Oh boy. Yeah, the overcharge unpowered.
Armani, all right. Boy, was I wrong. That was real domination there from
his strat to get it into the main base, like,
I don't know why we don't see that more often, to be honest. It makes a lot of sense.
well, against Charge specifically, it did really well. The Zealots were all bottlenecked and couldn't do anything, and all the Disruptors were out front. It would have been much better if we reversed that. If all the Zealots were out front and the Disruptors went towards the main, maybe he holds that really quick because it's so clumped up, the Disruptors can get sick value, right?
Could be. I'm not sure. That was just kind of an odd game there. Again, Zoun seems to be like these other Protosses, just sticking to the older style. And, you know, I don't know how well this is going to fare for Zoun or for some of these other guys that are just trying to make old ideas still work. Where Hero seems to be very much so on the cutting edge. And I mean, we already saw Rogue lose here. You know, I mean, if Rogue can lose to it, that means I think anybody in the world can lose to it.
Sure.
Anyways, we're going to go to 2,000 atmospheres, and I'm hoping to see some more novel ideas coming here from Zoun, because right now Armani looking comfortable, looking in control. You know, he's had a lot of bumpy GSLs in the past, but maybe this is going to be his season. Who knows?
Possibly. 2,000 atmospheres. I bet you we see Sky Toss here straight up. Last one looked like Sky Toss, but wasn't.
Go full on Sky Toss this time?
I bet you it goes full on Sky Toss.
All right, well, our game's ready. Let's find out. We're starting now.
Came for war.
Kwangdong Freaks, Armani. Alpha X, Zoun.
It's funny to think about because, you know, our Hero was doing his compulsory military service, like all young Korean men have to eventually go through. But we saw him do some stuff like this before he even left.
Well, he's a crazy Protoss, man. Like,
yeah, but then he comes back, and it's like he's got to completely refine, which makes you wonder in the 2-year hiatus that Hero had, if had he not been in the military, could he have just changed the matchup entirely and maybe the trajectory of the entire race?
It's always a possibility.
Yeah.
Like, he is certainly one of the big saviors of Protoss. We used to talk about this a lot. There was like before the military for him, I would say like a year before, there was this period where it's like, okay, are we in a settled meta? Okay, stats shows everyone how to play. Are we in a fresh meta? Okay, Hero shows everyone how to play. And they were really the strategic leaders of the race for quite some time there. I mean, Zest was up there too, and he was innovating also. But
Zest had a very different approach, though.
Yeah, a lot of optimization type work. But yeah, it's like, I think that the one thing that I've always liked to say about Hero is when like Protoss is in a bad place, he's the one you have to look at, right? When the standard plays aren't working anymore, he's going to show you what does work. And I mean, we saw him doing it last season. It's way better now. Who knows how long it's been in his mind as something to do. It's beautiful to watch, though, and I want to see more. But when Zest didn't do it, I'm like, I don't know, man, because it feels like he would be the other guy that would be super good at it. Well,
also, I mean, we're at the point in time.
In fact, it feels like he would be better than Hero at it.
Well, it's funny because like we're at the point in time where like everybody's kind of aware of where everybody's at and what they're doing, right? I mean, we're not at the point where like the game's brand new and there's just been this opening, like this flooding of new players here, right? I mean, this is a very seasoned game. And so to see Hero do it and win so well with it, and then to see the other Protosses kind of try old ideas, it's a bit strange.
Yeah. Well, the Adept plays, the Sky Toss plays. You can wiggle them around and, get something partially novel, and that's cool. But I mean, no one's won a GSL with Protoss for a while, Tasus. We need some fresh stuff.
We need some P wins here. Dark Shrine, Artosis.
Yeah, I'm down.
Gonna and go for Invisible Men.
Always a good choice.
Yeah, let's
You
see
can't
how
see 'em.
effective this is going to be here. Keep in mind the Zerg kind of had a disjointed opening here with the second base going where the third's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's a very quick Dark Shrine.
Yeah, super fast.
He doesn't have like a probe on the map or anything, so he's going to have to warp those in at home and just walk them across. But that might work. Like, no layer or anything. The thing is, you normally just have a built-in spore timing, right? So we'll probably see a couple spores start.
Well, if he doesn't, man, I mean, it's gonna be good night. I mean, a lot of damage done over here.
Yeah.
Is there a pylon hidden on the map? I don't think I see one.
No, there's not.
Now, again, if you spotted a pylon, that would kind of give this away, though. Maybe this is like a very conservative, kind of cheesy move. I know that might sound like an oxymoron, but like you warp them in at home and just kind of slow walk them across the map.
Yeah, that's what we see here.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 are being made, but there are the spores that are, I mean, this is pretty normal to get a couple spores up. The location of those tell me that he actually is suspecting DT.
Yeah.
Those are not Oracle spores.
Yeah, he would have put them in the mineral line if they
Yeah.
were Oracle spores. Now, maybe he could try to run past this, run up into the main.
Dude, I think he is completely fine. I think Zoun is in terrible
Yeah.
shape here.
Here we go.
Now, if he doesn't lose the DTs, it's still playable. Like, it's not good, but you can go into, like, a mortal DT-based Archon and charge lot.
Oh, that's sick.
That's cute.
Dude,
That was cool.
that was so good.
All right, Armani. That was
Armani.
cool.
Can I shake your hand? That was cool, man.
Yeah. Trap it with your links and just bile it, man.
Yeah.
Who needs detection?
Robo's about to finish here. Along with the Forge, the third Nexus. Finishing up.
I'm trying to think of, like, how much you can use biles to just, like, well, biles could be anti-air, but you'd have to stack the Ravagers. Like, if you could
Yeah.
stack them like mutas, you could use biles as anti-everything, right? You have, like, 40 of them in a stack. You can just, like, make the whole screen biles. You can't get away from it.
If every pixel is being hit by biles, then it's pretty good.
Yeah, you can't get away from that, can you?
Now, we've got some more gates finishing, the warp gates coming, and so there's going to be a follow-up push, but let's keep in mind that Protoss did essentially no damage. I mean, a couple Zerglings were killed, which pretty much don't even count. So this is going to be, it's hard to imagine a push working when you've really hiccuped the Zerg. Not at all. You know, the DT's gotten in there and killed off a bunch of drones and queens and slowed everything down. I think it's a different story.
Well, do you think he can... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, like, you can't really attack. And I'm just going to ask, do you think he can actually maybe just go into a more macro-esque gateway-based game? It looks like that's what he's going for, right?
This is enough lings that forces a cancel, too. That's annoying, man. So, yeah, I think you're right. He's going to go to that gateway game. Again, it's been... Zoun tripped up a couple times already.
Yeah. But, like, his worker count is really reasonable. He's got Blink. He's going to have Charge. He's got a couple Archons in there. Like, I mean, maybe this is... Maybe he can do it. You know, just based off of the hero games, I'm, like, gaining more respect for gateway units, you know?
Yeah, well, it's funny how originally we looked at gateway units as sort of like this weird filler unit so that you could really get the strong robo units out to do damage.
Well, we were definitely right for 12 years, but maybe
Yeah.
it's different now.
All right, he's got to be careful not to lose this War Prism during this, if this is going to be committed at all. Doesn't seem like he can get too far in here, though.
No, that's enough that, like, I think you got to be careful here. You don't want to, like, lose your Prism or anything like that. You don't want to lose those Archons. And the Archons aren't actually doing anything in this fight. Like, just micro the Stalkers. Be careful with everything else. But yeah, just keeping him busy like this, I mean, this is a good move. He's got his 4 bases going. His economy's super good. Look at his probe count, man. This is, I want to say that this is a little bit hero-inspired.
Yeah, I think you're 100% on point, Artosis, with the fact that this is pretty hero-inspired. I think he's trying it. The thing is, I don't know if he's doing what he needs to do yet. Keep in mind, the hero play was really just Stalkers and Oracles.
Yeah.
It was just finesse units and not really units that are made to like hold their ground and take a fight.
Like, I think that you wiggle it around a little bit considering like what's going on, right? Like he made more Oracles against the heavier Ling play from Rogue.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously this was like a DT opener, but he's keeping Zealots on one side, he's microing Stalkers on the other, he's got a big economy. Like, he's got more workers than Armani, so that's kind of nice. Now, he is going up towards Disruptors, which, against this unit set, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with the way he's playing it right now, considering the bad opening. You know? Like,
yeah.
I feel like he's giving himself good shots, he's making good decisions, he's microing reasonably well.
Well, the thing is, there's a lot of Hydras in this group now.
Yeah.
I feel like if you keep them stuck on Roach Ravager for a long time, sometimes it backfires for the Zerg later on. Like, it's not a great comp.
I mean, the Hydras can be hit by the Disruptors pretty well, too, right?
That is true. I guess I want to see if he can actually push down here and take out a base, because Zerg's now on the offense here.
Well, that's a little bit of Zealot harassment going on. This group's going to be pushed back. He's got, like, he has to make sure he's not losing one of his bases. If Zoun loses a base, that is no good.
Well, that's what I'm wondering about right here.
Oh my god, look how many units.
This is such an insane amount of damage, and it's arcing all the way around the army here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he gets that.
Well, that's a lot of Stalkers. You know what? He's going to hold this Nexus.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Stalkers are still taking a decent amount of damage. Yeah, it looks like he is going to win that fight. We'll have to try to hold this over where this bottleneck is.
I think that Zoun still has a shot here because he's starting to pop out Disruptors now. So he's playing against Roach, Raptor, Hydra, 68 drones, 4 base. When he is on 4 base, 5th base coming with now Disruptors out. Disruptors plus Gateway units. I actually, even though he's like down in supply and everything, and it was kind of a rough opening, and I think he's done a great job. Like, look at this. The Disruptors are just going to be insane now. Look at this. Like, a great Disruptor hits to start.
Well, this is not the army to win that fight, right? And so we're kind of seeing that pattern emerge, Artosis. We have another base for Protoss to the right of this one. There is a counterattack as well here. I feel like Armani's starting to struggle. I think he thought he could force this issue. He did not.
That was well played because that was
done.
Failed DT. And then he just kind of went blank and kept a little bit of pressure on, got his 4 bases up, and I think he read the situation. When you see that much Roach Ravager Hydra, if he had stayed pure Gateway, I think he gets absorbed.
Yeah.
But Disruptor is such a strong counter against what he was just against. I think that Zoun played that beautifully. I think he played that beautifully. That was a great game out of him.
And so now we're going to have to go to game 3 here. Armani encountering, you know, that strong style. It didn't start out looking like that, but we ended up with that kind of mass stalker approach. Roach Ravager forced, and then you kind of just drag that out into a mass expanding, counter-attacking Protoss. And it pays off. And so we're going to end this on Golden Wall. Now, Golden Wall is a very different map. There is a lot of cheese available, I think, on both sides on this map. So we want to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
This may have not a whole lot to do with the current meta and just, you know, about build exploits.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be something insane. The gold bases, I mean, someone's going to take one. Something crazy is going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, our game has loaded up, and we're going to conclude who goes on to face off against Dark in the Winners match. Is it Armani or is it Zoun?
Guangdong Freaks, Armani. Alpha X, Zoun.
We just want to keep our eyes peeled for that possible cheese here.
A little hatchery block here.
He's going to come try to block the hatchery at the... Oh, not bad.
Well, another drone going down to the natural, just throw it down there.
But that does interrupt the build entirely.
For sure.
This could have been just a 2 hatchery build with a gold base.
Well, I think he was pretending there for a moment.
Young gamers in the audience.
That's right. Beautiful picture.
Excellent.
Love
drawing.
this game. Me too.
So now
So
I gotta wonder exactly.
My daughters have that exact same bunny.
Oh really? That's so funny. So yeah, it's possible Armani's build order was thrown off. He may have to have kind of like a plan B opening here.
Yeah, I wonder, do you think he was originally planning gold? Because the probe was there, so he just went past towards the third. Probe followed, and then he made his natural.
Question.
So I think when you have an opener, you kind of have to be flexible on that no matter what, because so many people send the probe.
Well, this is like one of the oldest ideas, is the probe blocking the drone from making the hatch.
Yeah. Let's see where he puts the third hatch down, though. Like, he can just go to the north and play it normal, or, you know, he can try for the gold. And, of course, the Zoun, like, who knows, man. Sometimes, you know, we've seen some insanity gold-based builds from Protoss. Some SOS level stuff. It's like 40 charge lots, and that's it. Nothing that shoots up, no gas in the bank, no probes mining gas. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay, so the first adept is going to get sent out here. We do see that Twilight Council coming here as well.
You know, I got to mention this, Tasteless. I think it was a huge loss to StarCraft 2 and SOS retired.
For sure.
Because, like, so many times when we're, like, going really out on a limb on weird stuff, his name just pops up because it's like, yeah, no, he did this thing once.
Yeah.
Almost doesn't make sense, but he's a 2-time champ, so what do you want, man? Like...
Yeah, it's true, man. It's too bad he's gone because he really was bending the rules so often. He was also, I think, a great example of just like what can be done in an RTS game if you really understand the ebb and flow of things.
Yeah. He was a special player. I hope he decides to return at some point to some, whether it's Star 1, Star 2, whatever.
I would like him to return in some kind of like WWE style where like it's the GSL finals and we think it's over. And then his hand emerges from the floor.
That would be amazing.
You know, and grabs the ankle of the current GSL champion and pulls him down.
That would be great. Oh, by the way, I don't remember if I told you this or you knew this.
Yeah.
But, you know, Deer?
Yes, heard him before.
Yeah,
the player.
The Royal Roader, the GSL champion.
I'm sure I've casted his game somewhere in my career,
Fantastic player. He is active in StarCraft 1.
Oh, really?
He's pro level. He's playing with all the pros all the time.
Deer.
Oh,
that's so funny.
Isn't that cool?
That is news to me. I
so
had not heard of that.
Deer fans out there, my guess is he won't be coming back to StarCraft 2 because he's literally pro StarCraft 1 level right now. Like, well, we'll see if he makes it into ASL.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's see if he does ASL.
He's playing all the big
Still
stuff.
Protoss then, or did he change races? Okay.
Yeah. Protoss players only play one race. You know this, Diesel.
We don't switch to Terran and Zerg. It is going to be Adepts. That sign, the warning, was not heeded.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Zoun can't help himself.
Yeah.
He needs to go Adepts. Like, it doesn't even matter what race he's against. He's just in a best of 3. He needs Adepts one time with Glaives. And he is doing a Disruptor follow-up, which is pretty common for him. He is good at this type of play, but is this type of play going to work? Couple spores coming up, roaches being made. I think right now the most important thing is for him to retain these Adepts. Like, sometimes you'll look at this and you say, you know what, I can get a few kills here, and like you kill some drones, and you might look at it on paper and be like, yeah, my 6 Adepts killed 5 drones and a bunch of Lings and then died. And then you don't have enough to actually tank for your big attack with Disruptors or something, right? And those types of things are really hard to actually figure out and to call correctly within a game. But if you're going for a build like this, where Zoun is sitting there on 45 probes, he's keeping pressure on, like, okay, if we're going to expand more, maybe you can sacrifice some Adepts. But if you're going to go for a big timing, that's where I get really worried when people are throwing away Adepts for harassment damage. Now, third Nexus is coming down at that gold.
Yeah, and so, you know, I don't know that the Zerg is going to be compelled to attack just yet here, but if they do, they need to do it basically before the gold base is really being monetized over here.
Oh, that's a good
lot more
scout,
gates.
isn't it?
Yeah, just goes right by the disruptor.
That lane was kind of killer, man.
Yeah.
I almost wish it ran into the middle of the line and turned into a Baneling. Sits there and waits for +2 melee and blows up the whole line. I'm like, damn, man, that was one good Zergling.
Okay, so we've got more gates coming here. And there should be, on the back of the gold base, a lot of pressure that can be added. And right now, Armani's playing a very, to be honest, for the map, kind of an obtuse style, right? He's not engaging with the gold at all.
Yeah.
Which means he can save that for later, which may be what the plan is to basically take really safe bases and kind of hold off. Remember, the gold base doesn't, I mean, it mines out pretty quickly, I should say. So maybe he wants to just kind of exhaust that and then come back stronger later on.
I mean, it can be a very good base, but, you know, like if you take it as your first expansion, there's like a lot more abuse that can happen. The later you take it, the less impactful that additional income is. Now, though, that's a lot of damage. I don't mind how Zoun is playing this. Like, he's got a pretty solid base of his army. He's got a good amount of disruptors. Armani, like, I think you have to go Hive here. I don't like him sitting there not going Hive.
Well, I feel like he has to just keep tacking up, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's adding Spire, so maybe he feels like this is a good opportunity to go Mutalisk. I don't know about that, though.
Oh, this is funny.
Because, yeah, look, Disruptors are going to make it so it's really hard to actually get critical mass to fight the Gateway army.
Yeah.
And he can literally just make Stalkers with this, and then the Spire doesn't do anything. Like, I really...
The Mutas are just going to get shot down. I mean, the Stalkers are going to be so high in number, he just obliterates them the moment they get close.
I think, like, Ling Bane can be a little bit better against something like this, and then also Hive can be good, but what he's doing here, I think Zoun is going to be able to take this, honestly.
Yeah, I think you might be right. This isn't looking that good for Armani here.
Oh, that was a good dodge.
Yeah.
And more Biles coming down. Still, 4 Disruptors are out. See, he's just got so many Gateway units. It's tanking enough that he gets more Disruptor shots. Oh, the Disruptors are so far out in the front, though. Little bit sloppy from Zoun, but he's still okay.
Yeah. He's going to keep trying to push in here. We're starting to see the Roaches and Ravagers thin out a little bit, but as long as they can get these shots to connect, I think as we still only have 3 Disruptors, good blink in, maybe an overextension though. Another Warp in comes. Now the Warp Prism is safe. That's another thing you want to watch for in rushes like this, is can they actually keep that going. And dude, I'm seeing more and more Stalkers here. These Disruptors are going to have another opportunity to fire out again here.
Yeah, Zoun is like a little bit all in, so if Armani can hold, this is definitely a doable game.
Yeah.
It's only 46 probes, no more on the way or anything, but it seems like the back is just about broken now. A lot of whiffed shots. Armani has done a great job dodging. Like, if one more shot hit well, this would already be over. Kind of wild when you think about Disruptors like that, right?
Yeah.
The game would literally already be over. But I think we're close to it being over now anyways.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's just about that.
Yeah, we are going to have Armani going up against Dark here, unless this is stopped. I mean, the armies are both pretty small, but with Stalkers and Disruptors, you can always finesse a fight. GG! Zoun takes it in the best of 3.
Yeah.
Armani is going to fight Ryung in the losers match. But overall, a much more interesting best of 3 than the one we started out with.
I liked this play
Yeah.
from Zoun. I think that games 2 and 3 were really interesting. Armani with a more forceful strategy in game 1. He had a plan of attack to try to win the game, whereas he played a much more defensive, passive style in games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Trying to absorb gateway units, and then Zoun punishing that with Disruptor. So I think there's a lot there for Armani to learn from and improve.
All right, guys. Armani is our survivor, but now he's going up against the final boss of Zerg. It's going to be our... Zoun is going to be Dark. I can't talk. I got to go commercial break. Bye.
drop in a minute. I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 this is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 칠성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop in a minute. Everybody let it drop in a minute. I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 this is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 칠성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요? 아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모로 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아오도록 하겠습니다.
생각보다 너무 잘했고 제자리를 충분히 위협할 만한 실력을 가지고 있는 잘하는 형인 것 같습니다. 상당히 성격이 좋고요. 뭐든지 잘해주려고 노력하고요. 티는 안 내지만 속마음에 있는 얘기를 이 자리에서 한번 해봤습니다. 단조로운 게 단점이긴 하지만 그 속에서도 창의적인 플레이를 많이 하는 것 같고요. 제가 많이 보고 배웁니다.
정말 준비를 많이 못했구나, 너무 방심했구나. 그래도 이전보다는 열심히 하고 있기 때문에 20강은 그래도 뚫어낼 수 있을 만하지 않을까. 두 선수 플레이가 똑같은 것만 해가지고 그때 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 테란이 그때 좋아가지고 선수라 다양한 것 좀 해라.
좀 하네? 약간 이런 느낌? 네. 늘 보면은 대진운이 안 좋았어요. GSL만큼은 골 빨았던 적이 없지 않나. 보니까 좀 싸움 전투 같은 걸 잘하더라고요. 마법도 좀 잘 쓰는 것 같고 살짝 아쉽더라고요. 제가 하면 좀 더 잘할 것 같은데.
제가 티어표를 봤었는데 3티어에 제 상성들이 천직들이 많더라고요. 그래서 4티어 전부를 하겠습니다. 동원이 형, 규석이 형?
현우는 그대로 같이 들어와줬으면 좋겠고 근데 병렬이만 빼고 뭐 그대로 들어오면 좀 자신 있긴 하거든요. 성호 이번에는 해볼 만하지 않을까.
아니 그냥 지난 시즌에서 경렬이 형 자리에 제가 들어가면 1등으로 갈 것 같은데요?
경렬이 형이랑 민수? 그 둘이 저거저거는 되게 잘해요. 벽 같은 느낌이 있어요. 무슨 짓을 해도 우리일 것 같다 그런 느낌. 차라리 성추가 낫다면 낫지. 상대보다는 제가 토스전이 약해요. 알리굴락을 보면은 타 종족에 비해서 토스전이 300점이 낮거든요. 그래서 저는 토스랑은 붙기 싫어요.
전 준호 형이요. 이기고 지고를 떠나서 사람을 너무 빡치게 만들어요. 게임으로.
일단 조성주 선수랑 이병렬 선수 김준호? 그 친구가 또 저랑 하면은 긴장 많이 하거든요. 저 이기고 싶어가지고. 근데 준호를 확실히 모든 선수들이 요즘 인정을 많이 해주더라고요.
일단 영어를 잘하는 사람이 2명 있거든요. 민수 형이랑 수호 형. 둘 중 한 명 일단 데리고 가야 되고.
재미있는 누구랑 가도 없을 것 같긴 한데 누구랑 가야 되나?
누구랑 가요?
재미가 없어요. 되게 내성적인데 성격을 또 숨기고 해야 돼서 그런 고충을 다들 모르니까 전 여행 안 가겠습니다.
돈 많은 선수? 뭐 상관없어요. 네.
주변에 사람 가면 많이 사줄 것 같나요?
그러지 않을까요? 제가 아무래도 동생이기도 하다 보니까 성주랑 가면은 성주가 많이 벌긴 했지만 제가 또 형이다 보니까 사야 될 것 같은데.
생각난 건 준혁이가 제일 먼저 생각나긴 했거든요. 오래된 친구고 편하고 민수나 준혁이랑.
둘 중에 한 명만 가야 된다고 하면
전 준혁이랑 가겠습니다. 준혁이 항상 제가 뭐 하자 했을 때 오케이 하는 경우가 많아요.
고생길일 것 같다. 그거 진짜 조성주죠.
아니 근데 평소에 왜 친하게 지내요?
같이 여행을 안 가잖아요.
여행 가서 그냥 방 안에만 있는 선수랑 좀 안 맞을 것 같은데. 모르겠어요. 여행 가서 방 안에 있니 한솔아?
성주가 제일 먼저 생각나긴 했거든요. 생계 다 해줘야 될 것 같긴 해. 말 없고 그럴 것 같긴 한데 성주는 그래도 돈이 많기 때문에 성주가 다 해줄 것 같기도 하고.
후안? 보면은 해줘야 하는 타입인 것 같고 뭘 하든지 싫어할 것 같고 그래서 뽑았어요.
시즌 1 때는 사실 부담을 안 가지려고 노력을 많이 해서 연습을 좀 적당히 하면서 마음가짐에 신경을 많이 썼다면 이번에는 연습도 좀 열심히 해서 타강을 가서 예선을 안 하는 게 좋을 것 같습니다.
저번 시즌에 현우가 결승 간 모습 그리고 희범이가 6강 갔는데 동기부여가 좀 많이 되더라고요. 그래서 이번 시즌 저도 6강 목표를 잡고 있는데
시즌 1 때 봤을 때 제 플레이가 솔직히 좀 많이 실망스럽거든요. 형들 4강 시드 받는 거랑 플레이하는 걸 보면은 아, 나도 하고 싶어가지고 못해도 결승을 가고 싶어요.
우선 예선 안 해가지고 너무 편했고요. 일단 목표는 우승이긴 한데 최소 목표는 이제 또 시드를 얻어서 시즌 3 예선 안 하는 걸로 잡고 있습니다.
Today's matchup. Dark. Ryung. Armani. Zoun. Round of 20. Group C. Africa TV. Freak Up Studio. Live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
What's up, everybody? GSL is back, and we're going to go into the winner's match now. We're going to decide who is going to move on to the next round and who will go down to the final match here. Not eliminating anybody just yet. This is going to be Dark versus Zoun. I think Zoun put up a good fight against Armani, but Armani and Dark are kind of incomparable, man.
Yeah, they are a bit. But to be fair, like the overall style Armani used was not super duper far off of Dark. But in a way, that might help out Dark a little bit because he sees it's like, oh, okay, if I'm trying to heavily counter Gateway,
yeah,
disruptors are definitely coming. So I think that Dark will have a bit more finesse with how he moves around in his tech. I don't think we're gonna see him just die because there's 6 disruptors like Armani did.
Okay. Hardwire is where this is going to start out, Artosis. Dark versus Zoun here. Again, Zoun, a superstar when it comes to Protoss, and he did seem to lean into that new style a little bit. Is he going to do that here? Does he have a much more specific build prepared as well? You have to think that Zoun came into this knowing he probably would beat Armani, and then he'd have to face off against Dark after that. So maybe the real stuff he's got in store, we're going to see here now. By the way, guys, our game has now loaded up. So let's start this best of 3 to see who survives to the next phase of the GSL.
Came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Alpha X. Zoun.
Okay. Can Zoun hang with Dark is the question.
Yeah.
And I want to see this style explored a lot more. I think it's so much more interesting than just the kind of redundant Stargate powering style or these kind of flimsy adept timings. I mean, timings I think have their place and they do it in every matchup.
Sure.
But like if you're just only going to go for timings all the time, it just doesn't feel like that's the right way to play, you know?
And if you're going to, it needs to be something interesting like that Golden Walk build against Armani, because that was certainly that didn't have a long shelf life. He needed that to work right then, right? He was very light on probes. He didn't have a lot going on. So something like that, I think, is interesting and cool. But yeah, maybe not totally replicable, right? Like if there's a different unit set there, you can't really play like that.
Yeah. If I can just kind of explore that, the troubles for Zerg when we do see this new style kind of come out. It seems like, you know, Zerg can either go for Roach Ravager or they can skip it entirely depending on the play style very often, but it seems like if you put pressure on the Zerg earlier, they're more inclined to kind of go into Roach Ravager and basically play a style that can fight. The problem is that with this new style, they have a hard time getting back out of Roach Ravager if the game goes on long enough.
Yeah,
and Roach Ravager is basically, unless you're going to end the game right away, it's never the end game plan.
No, certainly you're right about that. It's in fact, that's like one of the biggest comeback mechanics is getting Zerg to make roaches, right? And then like living.
Yeah.
It's certainly a very important thing for Protoss to be able to do in certain situations. Now this game, it's a Stargate, so less likely to see the roaches.
Right. And so we're still waiting to see what the definitive tech line is going to be. You know, is it just going to be an Oracle into a Void Ray and then a third base, and, you know, tech is going to come out a little bit later?
Don't forget, before he did go like Void Ray and like +1 and kind of made it look like some sort of Sky Toss play, but went into charge.
And that was on this map specifically.
Yeah. So,
but I don't feel like he's going to do that again in this game, right? I mean,
he could. Well, let's see. After Warp Gate's done, that's going to tell us a lot more whether he starts at +1. The thing is, you can also have a build and make it look exactly the same to Dark, and then do something else with it too.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't think that Dark is likely to do what Armani did, which just kind of caught Zoun, right?
Yeah.
That was the game where it's like the 8 queens going to the main, and then like Zods try to go single file through gateways to kill Queen Roach. Just didn't work out.
Yeah, it did seem like when Armani did that, that was sort of a reaction to, you know, the fact that a 4th base was being taken, and the Zerg's looking at that like, oh, so you're not going to attack me yet? Well, let's try to start something then on my side here. And I think it's a pretty good punish for somebody who just goes 1 Stargate and then tries to power up with gateway units. I mean, really, there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
Well, that 3rd Nexus gets started. Robo on the way now. He's not starting +1 air attacks or anything like that. Looks like just a very light opening here with the defensive Void Ray. Checks for that +1.
Yeah, doesn't see it at all. Which means it's you know, it's not going to be investment into air unless you were to be a crazy person to make a 2nd cybernetics core and then
or just not get +1.
Yeah, or just not get +1 and have a bad air army.
Yeah.
But we see the Twilight Council coming up here, and this is again looking pretty normal. We could absolutely go into that modern style. From here.
Oh, absolutely. You're right.
We're basically seeing all the kind of bones get laid here, but we don't have the meat filled in yet for the build order. But, you know, you could do that kind of Stalker style. There is a Nidus network coming here, Artosis.
Yeah, and a lot of Lings. So probably a Ling Queen Nidus.
One of the older Nidus builds out there. And there is going to be a pylon put here. It doesn't see the Overlord.
That pylon's a hero, though. That can change it. Like, if you catch the first Nidus, huge.
Yeah. But, of course, that pylon is in vision range of the Overlord, so he's going to make it over here. Yeah, that answers that question.
A good choice.
Yeah, well, I think this is what you have to do.
There are not many units out here, Tasis. He's got, like, almost nothing. Now, look at this. All these Lings coming up. That shield battery's doing some work. So is that Oracle.
Yeah.
Dude, look at that, man. It's the X-Men over there just holding that Nexus down. Oh, my God. It's like 3 Wolverines and 2 Cyclopses, man. And they know how to work together. They're not fighting over Jean anymore. They're just holding the Nexus.
This is a problem, man. I mean, Zoun is really taking a pounding here. The Immortal's on the outside as well. I don't see a Warp Prism here to pick this up. He is going to deny that Nidus that's going to pop up there in the main, but can he actually hold on the Flood over here at the entrance?
What is that Nidus?
Yeah.
What are we doing,
That's a
Dark?
Nidus to help with the Protoss' wall in here.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Wanted to make a challenge for himself.
I mean, not even Rogue does that with Nidus's. He was clowning right there. All right, everything's held, but he did lose that third base.
Yeah, Roach Warren's about to finish here. And I mean, I think from here, it's not going to be easy to expand. There's so much creep. I feel like you have to do a counter push or something.
He's got like a much higher quality army, right? He's got multiple mortals. He's got a prism. He's got multiple archons. That's going to be hard to deal with. He can obviously retake this third, and I think he absolutely has to. But I think you're right. I think you probably go across the map.
Yeah, I mean, you could slow play and expand. It's not like Zerg has a fourth base. Oh,
dude,
my God.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, that would have probably ended the game right
We'd
there.
be talking about Protoss doors right now.
Yeah. Well, he's got 4 Archons, Zealots, and Immortals.
Yeah.
I mean, you can fight Ling Roach with this dude.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like, if he just keeps making these units, right? Like, if he gets some more Immortal. Oh my God, he's going Fleet Beacon, really?
Oh, what?
I don't like that. I don't like that. I think that you can get a much higher quality army if you put all your money into, like, Archon, Immortal, and just extra Zealots.
Yeah.
The economy is so small to be going, you know, like 2 Stargate carrier here. And I know that Dark is like, he doesn't have a huge economy himself either. He's making like a lot of Ling Roach Ravager. I guess if you sit back completely defensively here, Dark might spend himself on you, right?
Could be. I like this attack in here into the main, but it might have been better to just keep with us all together here. I feel like you don't want to hemorrhage anything. So I started out liking it, and then I want to take that statement back.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like that's actually that good anymore.
Yeah, you lose like 6 Zealots for, what was it, a Queen and 4 drones and maybe a couple Lings?
So strange to see the carrier tech, you know, off of 2 bases with a late third being remade over here.
Here's the thing, if 2 of them pop out before he loses his army or third base, then it's really good. But this is a window where he's trying this transition, and his army's much smaller because of it. Look at the amount of queens.
All right, well, he's going to go attack in here pretty hard, man. I mean, these carries are a ways away. Dude, this is so much. Dark is literally maxed out.
Yeah. Like,
oh my gosh. And he is just going to pound this position.
Not looking super hot for Zoun right now.
The Protoss can't even really engage with this safely, you know?
His Immortals are doing some damage on the edges, for sure. That Immortal on the wall doing all right as well. Out come the carriers. The only anti-air is the Queens.
Yeah, but I don't think there's enough interceptors for the... Yeah, I
think you're right about that.
Carriers just can't actually fight. Oh my God, and that connected on that?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was correct here at all to make the carriers.
No,
man.
I think the carriers we did was nonsensical.
Do you know how many Immortals and Archons and Zealots he could have had here?
Yeah, and he just lost the other character. GG, Dark takes that game.
Do you know what it looks like if you put all your money there into Immortals and he tries that attack?
Well, it looks... I think anything's better than the carriers, to be honest. I mean, when you see that 9 Queens, which I think was the number there, that can just shoot down the interceptors. It's like, now what?
Yeah.
You gonna have to wait for 4 carriers? I think you're gonna be dead by then, man.
Seriously, like, I don't even know. That's too bad because it felt like, you know, just the unit quality was so much higher for Zoun. He had units that countered Dark's units. Dark's economy was not that large, and then he just switches tech completely. And Dark just makes more units and kills them.
I think there was more game to be played there, but I think that Zoun went into a dead end there.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to go to 2,000 atmospheres. Zoun needs to come back and come back hard, winning the next 2 games, because if he cannot do that, well, then it's what we expected. It's going to be Dark moving on. Is the first escapee here of Group C, with even our other 3 players, to battle it out for survival here. Yeah, man. And it looks like our game actually has not loaded up. It's going slower than normal, guys.
Well, the
timing's
next
off.
map is 2,000 atmospheres, not one like weird.
It has to
sitting.
load up every one of those atmospheres before we can start this, and it's finally done it.
Came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Alpha X. Zoun.
All right, we're not going to see carriers again, I don't think. Not like that. Again, definitely just not the play to make the 2 carriers.
Yeah.
Carriers pretty much always need 3 bases. And it seems like maybe Zoun had made up his mind before that game even started, where he's like, I'm going to go carriers on 3 bases. And then he lost his 3rd base, and he's like, well, I'm still going to go carriers.
Yeah.
I'm going to go carriers and have nothing else.
The only thing I can think, other than that idea, Tasteless, is maybe he looks at this and says, okay, Dark is going to sit back defensively with roaches and try to drone up heavily and get into a big macro game.
Yeah.
Maybe there you make the 2 carriers and they do a lock, right? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, remember that, what was it, Zest that did that attack with 2 carriers across the map where he just, like, flew across and killed, like, 4 queens and, like, 4 drones or something? You know, carriers can do some silly stuff. It's just, it didn't play to the strengths of what he had going on or strengths against Dark. It was just such a slow transition.
I feel like he should have just kept making Immortals, kept making Archons, and actually gone for an old-school push when Zerg takes a 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, if he just continues the macro play, it's just makes more of what he has. That's so much higher quality than the garbage that Dark has.
Yeah.
But to do a transition, to open yourself up like that, where you suddenly you're like, okay, instead of being completely solid, I'm gonna make it so that there's a big window where I can die.
Yeah.
It's like, really? Is
Doesn't
that
seem
the play?
right. Well, we have the same kind of play here from Zoun again. We've got the Stargate coming. But are we going to have that one Void Ray into a 3rd base? We're going to find out soon. Again, the Stargate doesn't tell us that much.
No, there's so many different things you can do with the Stargate.
Okay, so the Adept's going to see the 3rd coming here. Zerg is just going to keep droning up. This Adept's not going to get much done other than confirm that there's nothing that crazy going on just yet. First Void Ray has started, so it's not going to be an Oracle or anything to try to interfere with the Zerg. The Void Ray, when you get one of them, is basically there as a kind of safety net for anything too crazy happening on your side of the map. We did see in the last game that Mass Ling kind of can't. I mean, it will beat Lings if given enough time, but Lings are probably the best thing against it because they're so high in number.
Yeah.
If you're doing it right.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Lings are always good against Stargate play, just in general.
Right.
When you go Stargate, you're actually hoping to run into, like, Roach or something like that. Or I guess specifically Roach.
Yeah.
So kills off that Overlord. Has an Oracle on the way. 3rd Nexus looks to be coming down. I mean, this is not a bad way to get a 3rd base up. It's just, what does that follow-up win look like?
Right. Now, with the Nidus Network coming here, we did see a pretty good punish. With that, I don't think we're going to have another Nidus this time around, but we should point that out. Everything kind of came back to that Nidus actually paying off.
Yeah.
So we've got that shield battery coming here, standard positioning. The Adept wedged in there to stay safe.
And here comes Twilight Forge. All right. I like that. I like that. I think we'll probably see Blink. And yeah, I mean, this definitely could turn into one of these more gateway-heavy styles. We'll see if he gets very aggressive with it or not. If he wants to take more bases. Oracle's definitely taking a lot of hull damage there. You gotta be careful with that. Very important unit right now.
Okay, it's gonna get chased out here by this Void Ray. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a slow, standard game here on both sides. It does seem like Zoun is going to play him, you know, at least going to get to do what he wanted to do here. We don't see that Nidus coming down just yet. A Roach Warren doesn't indicate that we're going to necessarily see any kind of attack or pressure coming up here.
Yeah, just a good time to get that out. Layer going to be finishing. There's that ranged attack. Good amount of lings being made. As we see, it is that blanket +1.
And so, yeah, Spire started here. Oracle coming down now. No fourth base to attack. There's nothing to kind of try to, you know, move into here just yet.
Okay, I like how Dark is approaching this, actually. Ooh!
Okay, this is actually pretty big.
That is nice.
There's nothing sadder than when you see the force fields come down and they don't really do anything to help you.
Yeah, that's too bad, too, because he loses 2 sentries.
Yeah.
Stalker you don't care about, but...
And those sentries can be remade, but it's going to be at the gas expense of all other tech that could have come after that.
By the way, I actually, like I was saying right before that, I like this from Dark, where he's going Ling Roach, which is like, it's okay, but it doesn't suck up a lot of gas, and we see the Spire coming. So I think he is going to go heavily into Mutalisks here. And against someone that's going into double Robo, probably Disruptor, but it could end up being Colossus, you kind of control a bit of the flow of this game, right? Like,
yeah.
Protoss, like, you have to decide from this type of position. Do you make like a couple Archons and just lots of Blink Stalkers and go for a base trade, or do you try to go into Phoenix? And I feel like most of the time when people try to go into Phoenix, it doesn't work out here.
It does seem like it.
And then if you're going into something that Dark can force a base trade if he wants, I feel like that's Zerg favored. So I really like how Dark has kind of positioned himself into this game.
Okay, sees the Mutas.
That's pretty big.
At least had a vision over it. I don't know if he's actually watching, but second Colossus started with Thermal Lance on the way, Artosis.
Yeah. More Stalkers coming up. Defensive Photon Cannon.
Yeah, I like the placement of that. Is he actually ready, though? You know, it doesn't really look like it.
No, I think he doesn't actually realize it's Muta. Now he does.
Yeah. Okay, well, the Stalkers are actually positioned well enough that he can totally zone this out, so even without that much to protect this, he's going to be okay. Another attack's going to come up over here.
Well, after everything I said, he's actually not making any more Mutas here. Just lots of Roach Ravager.
Yeah, it looks like he kind of faked him out. I think he actually wants to have a mass Stalker warp in here.
But the Ling Roach Ravager here, I guess there's no Immortals. Like, that's something. But if we're going to have, like, 3 Colossus out with range, that's... I mean, he's going to be able to whittle down this army, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a super high-quality army that Dark has just fielded. Like, 32 Roaches? He has a lot of army supply. Oh, he canceled all the Colossi.
Oh,
am I wrong here?
No, I think you're right.
Okay.
And you know what? Then that means it worked. The Mutas come out and you kind of freak out, so you cancel that, and now you don't have the adequate ground army to really deal with
maybe a
big ground fight. I mean, it's 1 Colossus. It could have been almost 5 by now. Because 2 more would have been made after those.
And then what do you do against that, right? A couple force fields, enough Stalkers to tank, and suddenly the damage output's insane.
Yeah, so he's now restarted the 2 Colossi. I'm glad you noticed that, Artosis. I would have missed that.
Yeah, well, it didn't quite feel right, his defense and everything, right? Like, you should have so much damage output from those Colossi. But anyways, the game is... There's been, like, a lot of back and forth here with tech and tech fakes and switches and stuff. Now we have 2 Lurker Dens coming down, so Dark very serious about getting both those upgrades. Hive is about to finish. We're going to be on 3 Colossi, but the 3 Colossi are a little bit late. I think you go Disruptor from here, and I think you have to start pushing as soon as that Prism's out.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Zerg's going to get very out of hand if the push doesn't come here.
Yeah. Zoun's army is going to be pretty high quality for a bit. But if Dark throws out like let's call it 3 Vipers.
Yeah.
You get 3 Yoinks, this game is very close to done. don't see any Vipers, though. All right, he's getting the lurker upgrades. Where are Vipers at, though?
Well, this is the push now. Yeah, he needs to get those Vipers, like you were saying, Artosis. He has to try to harpoon whatever he can. But, you know, if he can actually get through here, there's going to be a flank from behind here. Nice force fields.
Oh, he gets the prism right away. Very
Oh,
nice.
man.
But the micro of Zoun's army was actually quite good. Like, he barely lost anything. He shaped some units down. The prism dying, obviously, is unfortunate. And he's going to continue to push. See those Colossi are dealing a good amount of damage. First Disruptor comes out.
I mean, this is quite a bit here for Zoun. He blinks on top. Is Dark dead?
He has some lurkers here, so it's a little bit more difficult, I think.
Oh, dude. He's not microing these Colossi! One actually gets away with, like, I swear it's 1 HP.
Yeah, literally one.
Oh, it literally is 1 HP, you're right. Zerg's maxed out again. Zoun roams, trying to find another target. Again, no bases were destroyed, guys, so you know, it doesn't matter if you're trading out units. If you're not actually smashing Zerg bases, you're not making any progress.
Yeah. Well, he's making 2 Disruptors at a time. We now do have Vipers coming out. And it is going to be a switch into Sky Toss, it looks like, from Zoun. Just now starting that +1 air, getting more Stargates, Fleet Beacon.
All right, coming in here again.
Okay, he's going to
This
pick
is
off
good.
a hatchery.
Unit's not doing anything. Zoun is doing the work he needed to do. He's going to escape here. Now, a Nidus Network's coming. Keep in mind, Colossi, not the most mobile thing. They can climb up and down large terrain, but they can't get from point A to point B very quickly. So a big Nidus in the main could be pretty, devastating.
He does have some Stalkers in the main base, though. So unsure if he's going to be able to get it down.
Protoss expands towards the upper left as Zerg reclaims his base towards the upper left.
Those Mutas looking for a place for the Nidus, I think.
Yeah. This could be right over here.
Yep. Don't want those Mutas to attack. Okay, well, that's not going to work out.
Yeah, it does trigger the recall. But the Lings are coming here. Maybe he could try to deny this Nexus. Doesn't seem like Protoss can get over here in time. Oh, never mind. Blink is a good ability to have.
Yeah, these Mutas, they're still looking for somewhere, for some way to get that Nidus in.
Yeah.
I don't think he's really going to right now. Maybe forget about that. You try to use it again later. What do you think about this position on both sides?
I think it's very good for Zoun.
You like it for Zoun?
Yeah. And he's going to finally get those carriers, interceptors coming.
I think the overall higher quality army still does go to Dark. But Zoun has got enough bases, you know, that he's definitely got potential here.
Yeah. Could he try to take out this Nexus, maybe? Ooh, the Viper.
Ooh, yeah. I like the Blinding Cloud. Very nice.
Yeah, very good.
Ooh,
nice
run
pull
back.
away with those lurkers, man.
A nice yoink there onto the Disruptor. Yeah, Dark showing what this quality army can do. Immortals being made right now. Oh, this is really interesting to see. It feels like, okay, the carriers are... I almost feel like the carriers are the Disruptors. Like, he's adding in a few carriers here for that little bit of air damage, right? Like that, like carriers have huge DPS. So he just kind of is adding them in, but he's not actually making a Sky Toss army. He actually has a ground army with a few carriers. So he might get Dark to like counter this a little bit too much, and then he can kind of run over him with like Robo Gateway.
Yeah, that could be
feels like what's going on here, because watching him make 2 Immortals, like that doesn't feel right now, right? If you're going for carriers, carrier Immortal is not actually a thing that's
They're
supposed
not
to be
2
together.
units you normally see together, yeah.
Yeah,
that
normally
is very true.
If you actually go Sky Toss, you normally like get rid of your Immortals.
All right, well, these little counterattacks are going to keep the Protoss on 4 bases. I mean, this is one of the negative consequences of going for like carrier with Colossus and all this, is it's not that mobile. And so he's sort of just avoiding ever having to actually fight this army. Now, Zerg's going to lose this base over here on the left side as well, so they're both kind of strained as far as growth goes.
Oh, I like that. The Nidus to get it out of there. More Vipers coming up. Dark Shrine. A couple more Stargates.
Protoss Natural almost mined out, by the way.
Those mutas are hilarious.
Yeah. They're slowly doing some work, Artosis.
They really are.
I guess we're gonna watch this until the fight's done.
Not much else going on.
Yeah, not much else to cover here, apparently. I think that long-term Dark might actually lose this. It just seems like, yeah, I mean, he needs to start getting more bases up here.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of bases right now, but he's very good with this type of composition. He has good cost efficiency, I think, overall. Like, there are things missing for Zoun. His composition is a little bit wonky right now. He is making more and more carriers, so I guess it's not going to be that other thing I was talking about. He is going into Sky Toss, but he's got, like, kind of a weird unit set. One big thing that's missing, I haven't seen a High Templar, have you?
No, that's a good point. None.
So, like, if there are no High Templars out, Vipers can really dominate.
That's a very good point. There's no way to stop them from just yoinking your units over there. We're getting to the point where even shields are getting upgraded here for Protoss, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. We just saw a Psystorm start as well, so Zoun definitely having that same idea that he's going to be in big, big trouble if he does not have High Templars.
Oh my God, big catch there. Does Zerg care though? I mean, you don't really need Ravagers, at that part of the game.
Yeah, I think they're still somewhat useful because he did make a few Infestors, but yeah, it doesn't matter that much. Just like if whatever Immortals are here die.
Right.
Like, yeah, who cares? Like, at the end of the day, could you have been a little bit more efficient and utilize them in some of the way? Yes, of course, always.
Yeah.
But, like, that is not the crux of the game right now. Those Ravagers nor those Immortals. So, I love that Zoun is taking these bases pretty aggressively. I think it's so important. Like, if you're going to play this, you need to actually mine half the map.
No, I agree. He needs to basically grow into the position that Zerg wants to be in, and then occupy it. And I think he'd be due to make just like a lot of cannons, man. A lot of cannons.
Yeah, totally. Cannons, batteries, throw down stuff everywhere. As that bank goes up, you can see 2.8K right now, 2.8K. Yeah, but here's the problem we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
a lot of value just lost right there.
Gone. He does have a couple High Templars up there right now. Hopefully he can... Dude, Vipers are good.
They're good to have, man.
That's a good unit.
Oh, look out.
Whoa. That was cool. Nothing will ever measure up to the Reaper, though.
Yeah. Spinny ragdoll body going up.
No, remember when he raised up like he was like...
Oh, that's right. Like he just went to heaven. That's right. His soul left his body.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
That was the greatest. Good old Abyssal Reef, man.
Yeah. So there's still, what, I think 5 carriers with the 6th one halfway to being finished. I think wherever Protoss was going, they got there finally. They're going to be able to grow into the bottom right. I don't see how Zerg can contest this, and I think Zoun bringing a very different approach to the matchup, kind of dragging the game out and getting the Zerg to a position where I don't see how exactly Zerg recovers still. He's trying to get rid of some of these stalkers, or at least I thought he was, but then he turned around.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to stay active, and he is trading out.
Yeah.
Like, look, as those six DTs come in, he does have DT Blink. By the way, he's getting the Tempest damage upgrade, which I really like to see.
Even the DTs with Blink are coming into play. Another Spire's about to finish. This could signal a massive transition into air.
You know, this is a tricky position, of course, on both sides, I would say.
I agree.
I don't think Dark's dead, though. I think that Dark can wiggle his units around and get into the right composition to do this. He's already got a lot of very good, powerful upgrades. He's got the double Spire upgrade, like you mentioned. He's going to Ultraless Cavern, which he's a big fan of. It's not time to make Ultras yet, that's for sure. But eventually, it's going to be very powerful. That could possibly be part of the reason why he has so many Immortals in there, because Dark is the biggest fan of going Ultra against Sky Toss. And if you try to clear Dark Templars, High Templars and Archons, and there's 5 Immortals under there, the Ultras will literally evaporate.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a problem right now for Zerg. I'm not sure what can be done, but I mean, we see it illustrated very clearly here in the bottom right. Protoss is supposed to be able to reach that far into the corner of the map.
It's big.
You know,
those, yeah.
And it's also basically making growth into that lower right corner impossible. And so I think we're basically just seeing Zoun kind of sit on this position.
Yeah.
And run the clock, so to speak, and kind of be like, all right, figure it out. Every second that passes, I'm taking more minerals from this position.
Totally. And
these probes are being sacked, by the way. This isn't a mistake. He wants to free up more supply.
Yeah, and if Zoun focuses heavily on mining bottom right bases, and then just denies one base in the top left, that's like a winning formula. I mean, it's tough. It takes a really long time. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. But definitely a good idea. Yeah, we see the Oracle in there. Fantastic. Mothership is coming. I wonder what he's going to use the Mothership for.
That's a good question.
Because you can just bring it over and cloak your army and, like, you know, use Time Warp or whatever. And that can be okay. Honestly, though, as soon as they abduct it, you feel like a moron, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a perfect army, that's kind of the final piece, though, right? But you're right, it's a very easy thing to just lose.
I don't mind having the mothership somewhere else and utilizing it for, like, extra recalls or something. Like, hit one area with your big force, and then as they bring units there, you recall the other side of the map and get somewhere else, right? I mean, when you look at a game like this, it's supposed to go super, super long.
Right.
So why not play into that by setting up tactics like that are just going to be efficient?
Sure. No, I agree.
I also, you know, sure, at this point, people have to be annoyed, but I am such a fan of adding Tempest into this position, and he's doing that right now.
No, I think that is the play, so you can start to really hammer them.
Well, yeah,
he's going to go for
they're so good at zoning out Vipers, but also so good at blowing up Spores, man. Like, you kill Spores so quickly with them. I think he made 5, so he's going to one-shot Spores.
All right, he's going to come in here once more. And even though this base has been taken, he basically can't mine from it. And, you know, again, either side that attacks into each other, they really can't do that much damage, you know?
Yeah.
So
you do more damage by attacking in than by sitting there.
Yeah, and so we see both sides really slow down. But again, these Banes really just not doing anything. That's a lot of gas, not really going to anything, you know, meaningful.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like much right now. But this is certainly a game that might literally get down to no one has money.
I think you're probably right.
There's a very good chance, unless someone really throws.
And it does seem like Protoss could basically perpetually chuck disruptor shots into the mineral line.
Yeah.
So Zerg needs to push his position out a little bit more.
Well, I think there's like these little combos of things that you need to do here, right? Like when he's playing like this, you might want to sneak an Infestor up and throw a Fungal down and then do an Abduct, right? Something like that. Obviously, you can't just fly forward with the Viper. You gotta like kind of make it more complicated than that. See, like, okay, see, that's not a bad move, right? Neural High Templar use some feedbacks and whatnot.
Okay, another little attack over here, this time with a lot of Hydras and Lings. Archon's not exactly great against Hydras if they end up getting targeted here.
Yeah, he worked in some DTs, but there was so much protection there. So ends up making some Zealots, does push that back. Zoun's bank definitely getting a lot bigger.
Yeah.
Still have to be careful here. There's some Infestors moving up. Let's see what they're. I think they're going to neural. I guess we'll just watch this though. I do like Zealots for static DTs.
Yeah,
it's
this
always
is
fun.
like woo.
Do you think that Archon can beat all that? No. Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad we didn't see what those 2 bird Infestors did.
Yeah, we're running out of map, ladies and gentlemen. The Tempests are coming here. It does seem like overall, Zoun, the damage he's dealing is, you know, beginning to add up here.
It's better than what Dark's doing. That's for sure.
Dark's going to try to find a solution here in the bottom right.
some more Banes coming over. Dark does have top left, by the way. But it feels like overall we might have slightly more cost efficiency here. Well, this is a kind of funny looking thing.
A lot of Corruptors coming up now.
Yeah.
Mothership core goes down. Carrier's beginning to drop. But I'm seeing these Corruptors. Oh no, does he actually have enough here?
No,
I guess
not quite.
Yeah.
Not quite.
And look at Dark's income now. He's low on money, and he's got to have his supply. There it is. Zoun cracks the code and makes it 1-1. Let's go to that final decider match.
That was well done. He was really, really patient. I think Zoun did that very, very well. And Dark, he just, I guess he couldn't quite get anything done there. Like his normal way of play was kind of headed off. The Immortals being added in there, the overall patience, the addition of those Tempests.
Yeah.
There was good tagging with the Oracle, good disruptor shots. It was very well executed from Zoun, and this is something we've said for the last couple of years, is that he is very good at the Sky Toss against Zerg. It's probably his strongest style.
And now we're going to go to Berlingrad to try to settle the score here. Who's going to move on, man? Zoun did it. It did not look easy. I think Dark does not want to get into a position where he can't really engage the opponent either. Might want to play for a tighter and even shorter game here.
He might. Well, you don't want to go to that next smash.
I don't think so, man. All right, guys, our game's ready. Let's do this.
Came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Alpha X. Zoun.
Okay, so the probe's been sent out. Got a block where the hatchery would normally go. Pretty par for the course here with Zoun. A lot of other players also basically doing this in PvZ.
Quite trendy.
Look, Dark has a pretty wide range of play styles here. You know, it is obvious that he does oftentimes do very well in these late macro games, although I think Zoun really kind of pushed the limits of late game Protoss with that. We don't normally see the Protosses get into that good of a position where it's like, I have more bases than you, I have control of the bottom right, and you can't attack it with anything, and at the same time I've got enough to deny you from mining at the top.
Yeah.
And if you go Corruptors, you're going to lose.
Yeah. That game is the one where he went for the like 7 mutas and then suddenly made like 30 roaches. Remember?
Yeah.
I don't think that was a good move, Tasteless. I know I said it at the time, but like, I mean, I did not like that, and I think that was the beginning of Zoun being able to kind of run that game how he wanted, right?
Right. So what is Dark going to do here? I mean, you know, Dark overall today has basically played, with the exception of one game, very passively. Kind of waiting and watching and trying to get that 10, 20% lead out here and kind of navigating the game to a halt.
You think you should go like semi-aggro here?
Yeah. He did do the Nidus Worm that one game, and that worked out very well.
Yeah, okay.
And Zoun, by the way, also seems to basically just hang back and power up here.
I think against Void Ray openers, it's really hard to get aggressive. Now, this game, he's not going for Void Ray.
Yep, he's going to go for a Robo here, so he could be in for something a little bit more action-packed, perhaps.
Well, most likely, I would say, right? Maybe a Disruptor drop. He really is a big fan of that. That's the only thing I can actually think of, honestly.
We've seen this in the past with GSL. It's like one of the builds Protosses like to do is a super fast War Prism into Disruptor, fly around, harass, and then it seems like there's basically 2 forks in that build. One is to take a third with that and power up. The other is to basically throw down a lot of gates with that and then try to combo the harass into a push that then kills the Zerg. And so it is going to be that Disruptor play here.
Yeah, he's making the observer first there.
Yeah. And that'll be to scout and figure out where exactly the Zerg's at, look for openings to attack. The War Prism starts up now.
Yeah, he can knock out that Overlord with it as well if he wants. Which you would imagine that he will. But you might wait for the Prism, because as soon as you do it with the Observer, then Dark knows exactly what's coming, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you wait for the Prism, it's a little bit harder to tell, and it's obviously later.
Okay, so he's going to have that one Stalker out there. This is basically a hit squad here for this Overlord. To kill that off, and then the Disruptor's going to come. Now, when you see the War Prism, that basically telegraphs the build. We should note that. You're not like, that's weird, he just got a War Prism and won't do anything with it.
Yeah, that Prism would be slightly fast for any sort of Adept play, I would say, right?
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is you saw a Stalker and not an Adept, right? When you do Adepts, you really want to lean hard into the Adepts. But I guess he wants to try to make it look like it is an Adept play. So we've got Adepts coming across the map with the War Prism. There's no Glaives that have been upgraded, guys. 2 more gates are coming down as the Disruptor is being manufactured here.
Yeah, this is a very nice play. Taking out these 2 Tumors. Fantastic. Shading up into that main.
Yeah, he'll cancel this one. Oh, that's cute. you can also do that, I guess.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You never know.
4 more gates, 2 Disruptors. So this is going to be that 2-base Disruptor play I was talking about. Get a bunch of gateways, get the 2 Disruptors, come out, swinging. And this is engineered to basically end the game pretty quickly here.
Dude, it's super all in. He's on 44 probes, and he's going up to 8 gates.
Yeah, and so he's not going to be doing any more growth back at home. Everything is hinged on just powering out as many gateway units as possible and pylons to support them during this.
A lot of Lings being fielded right now. Like, that is serious Lingage.
Yeah.
Which is, it's not a bad play, right? Like, if you're playing a lot of Roach Ravager, that's tough.
Dude, terrible shots there.
Yeah.
You need to at least kill a drone or something here.
Dude, look at this. He's going to bust the wall and run in with Lings. This is going to be crazy.
Oh, he already gets in.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, the overcharge definitely helping a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 Disruptor Ball comes down, helps.
Yeah, overcharge making a huge difference here, but again, most of this army is just going to get thinned out. Dodges that Disruptor shot too. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What's going on?
No, you can't be changing your mind mid Disruptor shot, man. You just got to go with it. Whatever you started
you
at.
Got to set and forget. Wow, Dark really taking control of this game pretty quickly, huh?
Yeah, but not that many probes have actually died, and that was a lot of units, a lot of larvae used up for Dark.
Right.
There's still a shot here for Zoun. Like, he's got 3 Disruptors, I want to say, plus a ton of Blink Stalkers, and his economy is pretty much online. He only lost like 3 probes. Yeah, 3, see. 4 Disruptors. And then you have to go Ling heavy here.
I like this drop, man.
Yeah,
this is just really smart.
That's a great move. That's a champion move right there.
Yeah.
It's like this one extra little thing you're adding in to really screw up your opponent.
Yeah.
And that's going to be hitting him as he needs to micro perfectly.
Yeah, it's really well lined up. Now it's going to be now or never, do or die here. Zoun has to come in. He has to make this work. So far, Dark's done a pretty masterful job of really avoiding damaging contact here.
Yeah, the Disruptors actually didn't do anywhere near as much as Zoun really needed there. Some vials go down. He is starting to pop a lot of these Stalkers, unfortunately. Now, here comes that Ling attack. This is fantastic. It blows up one of the eggs.
Is he going to catch on? He does. He does a quick warp in here. Again, that's going to make him a little bit squishier. Over here, drones are pulled.
Yeah, Dark doing everything in his power to stay alive right now. Let's see if he can do it. That's a good amount of Stalkers, man.
Yeah, I feel like the Stalker number is still healthy enough.
Yeah, this is still doable for sure. Like, one big Disruptor hit, it's over.
I agree. Oh, this one could be it. Nice.
Oh, a decent one for sure.
9 more Roaches are going to come here. Beautiful connection there.
Yeah.
But I think the Dark might just barely have enough here.
Got one more round of Stalkers, though.
Oh, the Queen. Gets the Queen.
Where's the Stalkers? He needs another round here.
I think they're coming up now. There they are.
Not that many, only a couple.
Actually, I think maybe Zoun actually can win this. Okay, he gets one Disruptor.
Okay,
These Disruptors
okay
kind of
shot.
stuck out in the front.
Yeah, that's still a lot of Stalkers right there. More
Yeah, this
roaches
is
and
over,
rings
dude.
being made.
He's got it.
Yeah, it looks like
Zoun's going to win this game.
Yeah, I just saw Dark like mutter to himself and shake his head.
Oh, Dark's going to be a salty dog after this one, man.
Yeah.
Damn, Zoun really delivering here. He's going to be our first survivor.
Wow.
GG.
All right. Yeah.
Zoun moves on.
I tell you, I think that game, there was a couple points there where it was really close. Like if he didn't have an overcharge of the natural, I think Dark wins that game clearly. Like he would have massacred every single unit with that Ling run in.
Yeah.
But when he didn't, suddenly it's like, okay, you used so many units there. It's going to be very hard to hold on. So Dark actually will go to the final match of the night. That's rough.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. Zerg's not having the kind of runs they want so far in this GSL. Guys, we're going to do an interview now with Zoun, see how he's feeling. He is the first survivor of Group C. Kind of crazy. Anyways, we're going to throw it over to that interview. Congrats again to him.
All right, Zoun defeats Dark as and he advances out of the group as the first place of Group C. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, Zoun, you defeat Dark, the seeded player of Group C, and you managed to move on as the first place. How do you feel? Well, my mindset today, was to make it out as the first place. And today, I don't think my disruptor shots were on point, but in the end, I'm really happy to have moved on. So last time, you're wondering in the interview whether you can beat Rogue or Dark. And today, you were able to catch him off. So what does this mean to you? So I looked at the the stats site, and I never beat Dark before, so today I feel really happy. And Dark is infamous for his macro-oriented late game strategies, and you managed to beat him. And are you proud of the way you played against him today? And are you really happy to have defeated him? Well, in the fight, my warp prism got destroyed, so I was pretty devastated. But I had confidence in the late game, and then my mindset was to never lose in the late game against him. In Berlingrad, we got to see your disruptor shots being very on point. And Zoun, whenever you use disruptor shots, we always get to talk about the balance and the balance patch. So are you kind of like worried about the balance of the disruptor shots? I mean, whenever the balance topic comes up, I always say, if disruptors get nerfed, I'm gonna retire. So Zoun defeating the seeded player of Group C and moving on as first place. So in the latest interview with me, it was during the Super Tournament. And at the time, you said PvP is hard for you. So how about these days? Well, right now my team is helping me a lot with the scrims and practices. So right now, I think PvP is well set. In the round of 10, I hope there's only one Protoss in the round of 10. Then you're saying all the Protoss players are gonna have to get eliminated beforehand. And then is there one player you're not really happy playing against? Well, with our preparation, I think I can beat everyone. Wow, what confidence there, Zoun. So in the round of 10, full league system, how will Zoun manage to play? Alright, so before you play in the round of 10, anything you want to say? Well, last time I was bogged down in the round of 20, so I was really sad, I was really frustrated. So this time I made it to round of 10, so I'm going to try really hard. So I want to thank my sponsor Salad and Alpha X for helping me out. And this time, a lot of pro gamers helped me with the scrims. And also Nice wanted a shout out, although he didn't help me with the practice. I'm not really thankful to him, but he wanted a shout out.
프린스 형한테 되게
And also, I also want to thank Prince for helping with the builds and strategies.
고마운 선수들의
Wow, there are a lot of pro gamers to thank, Zoun. So once again, congratulations on making it to round of 10. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 C조의 1위 진출자.
All right, thank you, Andy. Kind of surprised that Sound moves on, but I guess we've still got Dark with an opportunity to try to advance here.
Well, he put out some good games tonight.
He did.
I think Zoun, yeah, it was interesting too because he kind of did his own thing and he showed the power of his disruptors. I think he played that Sky Toss game was not what I expected from both sides. The almost too many tech switches and everything, but it worked out in his favor. So he moves on. I think Dark is certainly heavily favored to go on, but it's what everyone thought about Rogue in Group A.
Yeah, that is true. Up next, we're going to have Armani versus Ryung here. I'm not sure what to make of this one. Actually, we don't have more time, guys. We're going to go to a break. We come back, we'll go back to that match. See you in a minute.
up hot for a minute. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁은 라떼 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 칠성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탕스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼, 홀릭 점심엔 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타. 라떼 홀릭.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요? 아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아보도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. Dark. Ryung. Armani. Zoun. Round of 20. Group C. Africa TV. Freak Up Studio. Live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's time to go to the elimination match. This will be Armani versus Ryong. Zoun, of course, has escaped into the round of 10. And we're going to have this match to decide who will face off against Dark, because there's only one more spot here for Group B.
Yeah, kind of wild. If Dark gets eliminated as well, Tasteless.
Yeah.
That, like, honestly, you have to kind of look at it and say, okay, why has Maru not won a 5th GSL? And the answers are Dark and Rogue. So
yeah,
there's a possibility that Maru wins GSL tonight. And he's not even in the group.
He's not even here. He's going to win it. He's not even going to play.
Well, literally, who can stop him other than those two? It's like,
that's a good point.
Those two and like 2 people in Europe. It's like the 4 best Zergs in the world can stop Maru, and that's about it.
We're going to go to Hardwire, then Blackburn, and then Burlingrad. Again, Ryung got pounded by Dark early on, but Armani is a different beast. He might have a shot.
Oh, I think he has a shot. Should be interesting. I mean, it was hard to gauge where Armani was at exactly. Zoun has a different style. Zoun just beat Dark just as easily as he beat Armani.
Very true.
So
Very true.
Who knows? I don't know what I'm going to be looking at here.
All right, guys, our game has loaded up. Armani versus Ryung starts now.
Kwangdong Freaks. Armani. Team GP. Ryong.
Okay, well, let's keep in mind that one of the games that Ryung played in, it was like he just got a crappy spawn on Nautilus 2.
Okay,
right, that
okay.
first game we had, so...
Yeah, cross spawn, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much from him. I do think this map is much more doable.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
ZVT here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ryung last season, I mean, it was like kind of insane what he was pulling off.
Yeah, he looked... I'm trying to remember exactly, but I'm fairly certain my opinion last season was that he was second Terran tomorrow. Like, he looked better than Bunny last season. And Bunny, for the last couple seasons, has been like a step above everyone else.
A fan since 2008.
Woo!
14 years of CAS. Oh,
Damn.
old school shout outs there. Thank you for coming down, man. So good to have audiences again, man. So much more fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I like doing the show no matter what, but when there was just like, I don't know, big empty cavernous studio, right?
Yeah.
Players lose and just walk out of the studio, nothing happened.
Oh, yeah,
It's not the same.
There's definitely a better feel to have people here. It's really nice when I run down to the bathroom, say hi to people and stuff.
That's right.
Talk a little bit.
Shake your hands.
Yeah.
You didn't have time to wash your hands between that bathroom break.
Yeah. I'm like, don't worry, I already had COVID.
Yeah, man. And again, guys, those of you at home, you can come down to the studio. I'm sure people are going to start traveling to Korea again. We've already had some tourists now coming in.
Well, that good old Reaper versus Sling battle, man.
Yeah, my
Very
favorite part of
exciting
StarCraft
stuff.
2. Yes!
Definitely.
It's crazy how long we've been on for now, man.
Yeah. What year are we on for GSL?
So,
12?
Gentleman with the sign, he said he's been a fan for 14 years, but that would include StarCraft 1.
Yeah, 14 years is when you were casting StarCraft 1 for Golf TV.
Right.
That's how long ago that was.
So, I think GSL has been on for close to 12 years.
Yeah.
I think we just hit year 11, or
well, I think maybe in September is the birthday for 12 years.
Okay, that could be.
Yeah. That's kind of
we
wild,
are
12 years
the
old.
record holder for longest esports show.
Yeah.
Ever going on. Don't know if it's ever going to be topped either, man. What are you laughing at me for?
I was like, oh, you just wait, Taste. This Overwatch League is going to pass us one day.
Oh, it's coming. They're nipping at our heels, aren't they? Okay, so we've got...
well, no, I guess, I mean, GSL, hopefully forever, right? But what's the next biggest? Is it like Riot's leagues? I guess technically Intel Extreme Masters been around a long time, but that's kind of
That's a bunch
different.
of games, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's a little bit different.
Yeah, because
exactly
Intel Extreme Masters, that was around during Warcraft 3,
it would be like
right?
LCS or whatever they call it, right? League
Yeah.
League is probably like consistently been the other really long show at this point. Am I wrong? I don't know.
No, you're right. And then they have, I mean, LCK for the league out here, but I guess the league overall.
Yeah, just in general.
WCS had a long run. And I think OSL lasted how long? The StarCraft 1 league?
Let's see. First OSL was like 2003,
was that
maybe?
9 years or something like that?
2003 to 2012 or something, yeah. Not quite as long.
Yeah.
And we've had, yeah. And I've mentioned it before, but there's been more GSL matches than MSL and OSL put together.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. So it's like, it feels like that was a long time and really epic and stuff, and it certainly was, but...
Does not compare to GSL.
GSL is just ridiculous. What a juggernaut.
So we've got the CC landing. It's going to be 3-basing Terran here. Again, a slow game. This seems to be Ryung's bread and butter right now. It's very paced out, TVZs.
Well, it's hard to make aggressive early TVZ have any consistency to it,
It seems like we're kind of past that part of the game, right? Oh, almost
Yeah.
gets that SCV.
It's just it's hard to be aggressive and consistent with the aggressive plays. So, okay, this drop coming in is very interesting. There's a lot of Lings on the way.
Yeah.
So what is this? Is this 5 Hellions and then like
then a
6
Viking.
Marines and
Yeah.
a Viking? Yeah, that's kind of cool.
And he's going to have a couple more Marines
Dude,
out
that's-
here. I don't know that Zerg can actually deal with this.
This is a cool little drop. Look at this.
Okay, I was wrong. I didn't realize there were this many Banelings made, so he just fends us off with these.
I still liked that. He only lost 1 Hellion and a Viking.
Yeah.
Or maybe the Viking got in, I don't know. But that's hilarious that 4 Vikings can fit in a medevac, by the way.
Yeah, when you just look at the size of it, it's like...
Dude, it breaks my immersion so hard, I'm sitting in this world wondering what's going to happen because I never finished Legacy of the Void. I'm like, I don't know. Does Kerrigan win? Does something? It seems like there's something ominous going on. I'm not really sure. I never got past mission 2.
Yeah, that was one of the more awkward things for us was telling Blizzard that we never beat the campaign for this game.
I just don't play campaigns.
Like, seriously? You guys never beat it? I'm like, no. And I probably never will.
One day.
I'm only here for multiplayer.
I'm like, I'm only going to live for like 250 years, guys, okay? Like, I don't have time for that, okay?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be good with Terran. They're like, oh, no, we get it, totally. No Terran players ever finish.
Yeah.
What's your excuse, Tasteless? Like, well, I like to watch TV. Reality TV's really good. It's like, okay, Tasteless, that's cool.
That's so funny. By the way, we have a little push coming up here. I don't know how much damage this is going to do, but we've got 9 Mutas coming out here. And when the Mutalisks are in this group, he's going to have a lot of damage he could deal out.
Right. I mean, pushing the edges right now pretty well. Of course, this 4th base, you were talking about it a lot when he played against Darth, right? Where
right.
You kind of harass here. You pop up, you pop down. See what you can get done.
Okay, he's going to come up here now.
And Muta's flying out now for Armani. I mean, I'm always a fan of Ling Bane Muta, just in general. And Armani, I feel like, has gotten pretty good at it, too, by the way.
Yeah, he's become very strong with it. And one thing you want to be careful about when you're Terran doing this, you do not want to overextend here, because that's how they're just going to thin out your army. Nice!
Good hit. Nice placement.
Yeah, very nice. Uh-oh. Lings are going to come in here, and this is the kind of overextension I was talking about. If those Lings can start to overwhelm those Marines, it's going to thin those numbers out. You're not going to have that kind of oomph when the push really comes.
Seems like he's fine, though. That was good enough defense, I think. Viking getting in on it some. I guess that did make it out in one of the medevacs.
Yeah, now we know.
Now, if a medevac could land, could 4 medevacs go inside of 1 medevac?
Yeah, the question is, if it could land and Vikings could hold things, could 4 medevacs fit inside 1 Viking?
And what if, hold on though, if we had 4 medevacs, each full of 4 medevacs, and they all landed, and then got into a medevac?
Yeah.
That would be like 17 medevacs, man. A 17 medevac drop. How crazy
would
would that be?
Imagine if the medevac could land and it was just walking around, how stupid it would look?
Well, it would just be like a StarCraft 1 medic. That's exactly it. That would be amazing, Tasteless. You can't parasitic bomb that, can you?
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be a big engage over here. It looks like he's got sights set on this 3rd. Big surround over here. Oh, my God. The body block is so good. The Banes not even needing to connect to most of their targets here for the damage to be done. Can he get any more?
Good split by Armani there, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Just taking those mine hits. Continuing to make his mutas. Infestation Pit's going to be finishing up, so certainly on to Hive in plenty of time. His 2-2 is significantly slower than Ryung's, so that's going to bode well for Ryung. He's about to have drilling claws as well, so yeah, this is a moment where Ryung should be able to do favorably if they do battle, but obviously a big part of Ling Bane Muta is your mobility, right, and your potential to counterattack, harass, get back, defend.
Looks like he's going to come in once more. Does he actually have enough? Ryung's been extremely passive this game. We just passed 10 minutes, and he hasn't hardly done anything out on the map just yet.
No, not too much. I think that sometimes can be what the game is going to look like when you're playing against Ling Bane Muta too.
Yeah, I think it's probably actually the right way to play.
Yeah, like the thing is, this probably is the window where he has greatest potential. He's making a lot of turrets though. Like maybe he just brings this longer.
Well, I think we're at the point where you're going to have to start to act here. Zerg is going to take the whole top of the map pretty soon here. I actually thought Zerg expanded to the bottom right, but it's just Lings shaped perfectly like a hatchery.
It's a melting hatchery. Yeah. Okay, that's a lot of Banes, by the way.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Ouch!
That was a sexy hit right there.
Yeah, nicely done. More Banes are going to come through here.
Quick lift off the planetary!
And that's the thing, when you get a lead like this, you can just punish like that,
Well, I mean, he does spend a lot of supply there and everything. Ultra's Cavern on the way.
Yeah.
3-3, as well as Adrenal.
He goes right back up to being maxed out with 70 more Lings about to hatch.
You know, 3-3 upgrades again ahead for Ryung, but they're even right now. A lot of command centers. Ryung is playing a very withdrawn game here. I don't know what the actual plan is for Ryung. Okay, like you can go 3-3 and you can continue to build your economy, but I mean, it's going to be hard for him to hold half the map.
It certainly will be.
I mean, obviously Armani is starting to bank a lot of money here.
Yeah.
Like, I am a little bit confused. Okay, he's getting +2/+1 vehicles. Okay. You know, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, Ghost Academy and Fusion Core at the same time.
Wow. Lots of teching up here.
So, yeah, no, I don't know what Ryung's plan is. Blue Flame, it's like he's getting everything. And a lot of the times I would probably look at this and say, oh, it's clearly going to be like a switch in a mech or something. It could be, but I'm not sure. Like, he's getting all these upgrades. I mean, that actually wasn't as bad for Ryung as it looked like.
Dude, 2 big wins over here. 2 denials on both of those hatches. I feel like Ryung is starting to get a little bit too large on the map here. You know, like...
He certainly has a lot.
He's not getting beaten down just yet. We're going to have a lot of Ultras made here. The Muta group is still pretty big. Maybe with the Ultras coming in next, he could actually do something.
The one thing that's in the back of my mind, but this sounds too silly, is if you think about Armani's very late game, he gets very wasteful trying to kill his opponent. To the point where we were teasing him a lot in some of these seasons, because he's the type of guy who runs 12 lurkers up and they all die in Siege Tank fire,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, like, maybe the turtle play is... It could be Ryung just saying, okay, well, I mean, eventually you're just going to suicide in, right? Like this.
Yeah, like we're seeing right over here.
When those hit perfectly, that's pretty sick. But, yeah, I don't know.
Not sure Artosis.
122 Lings in production.
Yeah, he just remaxes out. He's got the funds, dude.
Yeah.
The thing is, Ryung's hanging on, but like, look, he's floating at 150 supply. These Lings are going to hatch before he can max out again. And then you got to wonder, like, can he do this 2 or 3 more times and then start to really wipe out the rest of the positions?
Maybe. He hasn't truly dented anything, right? Like, there's no bases that are dead or anything like that.
Right.
Now we're getting into Liberators, Siege Tanks, Ghosts.
28 Banes on the way here.
Dude, he's just getting, like, every upgrade on Earth. He's going to upgrade, like, Psionic Storm soon, and he doesn't even have a Templar Archives. It's crazy.
Okay. We're going to have another attack in here. Looks like we certainly could. He is slowly caught up in supply, but again, I don't see exactly what's down here to defend. All right, there we go. We're getting a shot at it now. But there's so many Banes.
There are a lot.
Oh, I think he kind of miscontrolled that. Some of the Banes went on the Planetary, others went to the Army.
Well, that is the exact...
Terran flatly holds.
Yeah, that's the exact type of thing that I was talking about with Armani, is he gets ahead and then he does stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right, where he's like, okay, the most entrenched position, let's go try to kill it. And then he loses everything. Now, all that being said, I still think he's ahead. 12 Corruptors on the way. I don't know, man.
I don't know, dude.
Liberator range coming up?
I mean, you know, it would be... It's not the craziest thing to say that, like, if they just came out one more time, Terran did, Zerg could flatten that and then go right back to it, but... I mean, how long before Terran really starts to mine out? Because Zerg now has this 3 o'clock position here on the far right. And he could get the 9 o'clock position as well.
3 and 9. Yeah, Run can't allow that. Like, that's
going to be too much.
Those are the 2 crucial bases. You can't let him get both or you're going to lose.
All right, Bane's really coming through here. Corruptors just shredding everything airborne. But tanks for screens and screens.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. He lifts it off, and the Corruptors just one-shot it.
Yeah, Greater Spire coming up, so he's going to have a little bit more flexibility with those Corruptors as well. But, I mean, he doesn't... I guess he does have level 3 air weapons, so that's pretty solid.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
He needs to start having drones mine out this base on the right. That's more important than even mining from the base, like in the top left, man.
That's more, yeah. I would 100% agree with that. I'm a big fan of trying to mine out some of these bases as much as possible.
Yeah.
The ones that may switch sides. Of course, it's more dangerous too, right? They might get in and get your drones, but I think at this point, that's okay.
Now, he's going to make a bunch of Banes, 33 to be precise, and he's going to hit again. This time, it's going to be just south of this position we're looking at here. Another command center waiting. Now, this is the one that, like, he could have killed the planetary, but then he, like, waffled and, like, got it down to, like, 30% of its HP and then turned.
Five Infestors going to be popping out here as well. Mines, tanks, ghosts. More command centers as well. Hey, let's see. It's a lot of Banes coming in.
Yeah.
See Shanks obviously getting some value here.
Just insane connections here.
I need to see the cost efficiency tab.
Oh.
I need to see it.
You might go blind if you see that, man. It's going to be not pretty.
It's like when they open the Ark or whatever.
Yeah,
what was
in
it?
Indiana Jones, the Ark of the Lost Covenant or whatever.
Or maybe it'll be like, what is it, Joseph's Technicolor Dreamcoat? I see it, I'm like, wow, it's so beautiful. I really do. I want to see it so badly, Tasteless. It's the only thing I care about right now is seeing the efficiency rating here of Ryung.
All right, well.
I want to be a StarCraft 2 insurance salesman where I just look at your cost efficiency and I tell you how much I'll insure your base for, you know? I'll be like this little neutral hero camp in the middle. You can go up and get insurance. I'm like, well, Ryung, TVZ, you're at a 2-to-1 ratio here, man.
Can we get these Banes insured, please?
Yeah. Armani, I'm like, oh no, dude, you're a toxic asset, man.
I'm sorry, buddy.
You can't get insurance here, bro. I will cash your check
Literally,
before
you
payday,
have
but that's it.
Too many pre-existing conditions in this game.
Look at that tank trying to siege.
The tank's like, oh my god, I lived.
Yeah.
Cloak's gonna finish. So are the Broodlords, though, Artosis.
Oh my god, Tasteless.
This is the thing about Armani. He's like really good, but he's not able to finish like these other Zergs are.
Yeah, he's quite strong mid-game, I think, is the big thing. In fact, his early game doesn't really strike me as anything special. I think his mid-game is really solid.
Yeah.
He does a good job of kind of everything there, and then late game, every ZVP or ZVT late game is him just like running into siege lines.
Yeah.
Which I feel like shouldn't have even happened here because it was like Marine Mine against Lingbane Muta, so I feel like we should have had something decisive happen in the middle game, but Ryung just has literally sat there the whole time.
By the way, that base has not been retaken yet, the one that Terran lost earlier, and Zerg's now expanding to 9 o'clock.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's,
Spaghetti-o.
That's a truly Spaghetti-o moment.
That's, yeah.
Mom's Spaghetti-os.
Mom's Spaghetti-os is what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Damn, we are good.
Dude, 12 years.
These weak arms are steady.
Yeah.
Something, Mom's Spaghetti-os. Well, you know, the thing is, I feel like Ryung is just sort of lasted in this game. I didn't even realize how low the minerals were at that base, but there's one Ling burrowed under there. He can't land.
Oh, he's screwed then.
Yeah.
95 larvae. How many lings can you make with that, Tasteless?
I need to get my calculator out, but I
multiply it by 2. Jesus. Oh man.
So he's going to come all the way around and kill this off. All right. This is peak StarCraft here. These Corruptors flying over this turret.
You're making it use its bullets, Tasteless.
Yeah.
You're just giving a little scout.
Seeing lots of kills on those queens.
59 kills on a siege tank. I don't know which one we're clicked on right now, but that's quite the hero.
That's impressive.
Yeah, 59, not bad.
That siege
I like
tank
seeing
mass
his
murder.
cost efficiency. Oh, there's the infestors. All right. So his attack moving Lingbane Ultra did not work. So we're going to go to Wings of Liberty. We're going to reset, right? We're going to go back. It's going to be a Wings of Liberty attack here with Infestor Broodlord. See if that works. If not, we're going to go into Swarm Host, hopefully. We haven't seen a Swarm Host yet. No dog whistles coming out of Armani here today. You'll never convince me otherwise, Tasteless. Every top Zerg, when they're winning, accidentally makes a Swarm Host? Okay, I believe you, Zerg Illuminati.
Well, can he just not attack in with these Broodlords? We do see this happen where Zerg's like go into Broodlords and they're like, well, now I can't do anything because I made Broodlords.
Well, they gotta wait and make sure that their opponent has the absolute counter to Broodlord, you know?
Yeah.
Like 10 Thors and 20 Ghosts.
Yeah, well, just making more and more Broodlords here.
Yeah, just keep adding to it.
I would not mind if we could do a mineral check here to kind of see where the Terran's at as far as mining out goes, because
I'd like any information other than the exact information we've been looking at on the screen the entire game. Any information.
Any information. Like,
anything.
How many minerals are there? Because we're just seeing these bases. I'm like, these will mine out, and that's actually the...
Flash me their Wikipedia pages.
There we
All
go.
right, I'll take their birthdays at this point. Just something that's not exactly what's on the screen.
I think we can tell that bottom right is also going to mine out here pretty quickly. It looks like the...
Hey, did you see that on the Ghost Academy when it makes a nuke? It's got like 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess that's so you can queue up upgrades and stuff, but like, you should be able to queue 5 nukes, man.
I think so.
Just have 5 nukes in a Ghost Academy. You think that every place that we launch nukes from on this planet only have 1 nuke in it?
Probably not, if I had to guess.
Of course not. Even submarines have more than 1 nuke on them, Tasteless.
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Pull anybody aside on the street and ask them that, and they know. Well, we're getting nukes.
Corvid reactor, Tasteless.
Corvid.
He's going rave.
He's going rave as Tasteless. All right.
It's a good nuke. Look at those creep tumors just destroyed.
Just dying in pain. All right, he's going to do it again. Get that Overseer.
That taxing APM. He's got to unburrow those now. What is he going to do? Is he going to sit there and eat it? Oh,
too late.
Oh, it didn't make it.
I heard it in the air. It's going to hit something in game 2 now.
Imagine that. It's his own base.
Yeah.
It's like, damn.
That's unfortunate.
So 10,000 minerals for Armani, but only 700 gas. That's the one thing that's truly imbalanced.
We know that he could make a lot of... oh my god, he's going to expand down here. Okay, I think we're going to slowly watch Ryung die if he can't start to actually take bases. There's not a base that has the full amount of patches, by the way.
There's a lot of Thors. What do you say about that?
Oof. Not much Artosis.
Five more broods,
Dude,
though.
This is such a long game.
5 broods on the way, my man.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Well, he sniped. 5 were sniped, so he has to fill them back in.
Yeah, that's really crucial. When I see this many Thors and Ghosts, that's what I think to myself. I'm like, you know what I need right now? Broodlords.
Broodlords, dude.
What about anything else Artosis? No.
No, he's going to throw some drones away. Or no, he's not. Okay.
I think he just wanted to mine.
Yeah.
Like those spines there.
Here come the broods. Creeps. Queens be a tumorin.
Be a tumorin.
They be a tumorin. All right, we're getting closer to the push. Again, this is the resource-rich side, excuse me, of the map here.
Ooh. Look at that damage output. Maybe he was right. Those 5 Broodlords were precious.
All right, you can tear through the gas now and continue to push here. And if Terran loses this, they really don't have any mining resource spots.
Yeah, he's still got a good bank and everything, but...
Okay. I think the Broodlings win this fight.
Yeah, Broodlings are winning everything, but look at this. The Thor's coming from what I would call an unexpected angle, but they're going over creep, so definitely look at all those changelings.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So he's not mining anymore.
How do you like this Overseer to Overlord ratio, 11 to 11?
I love it.
Yeah? Yeah, me too.
Now we're going to have this giant army. I feel like we were very close to the end here. I feel like enough critical damage has been done here in the bottom right, and Terran eventually is going to, yeah, look, he's going to come through here, take out the gas, target down the planetary.
I think Ryung is actually going to annihilate this army.
Yeah, but
he's got 37 workers, and there is a bigger bank for Armani. I think if he annihilates it and goes and kills like 3 bases, it's very doable.
Well, there's going to be a lot of larvae banked.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And again, I mean, it's not going to be easy for Terran to remake this. No gas income, by the way. That's very important, because if you have no gas income, you're making Marines and Hellions.
Yeah, blinding clouds galore there for a moment.
Yeah.
Unsieged tanks trying to fight broodlings.
Yeah.
Blue flame hellbats trying to hold everything back. Okay, he's going to blow everything up with this mass Thor.
Yeah.
So there's
Nice
like
target.
no units for Armani right now, and we have only 17 larvae, and he had like over 100. So let's see what he's making. Okay, it's all popped out. 52 more lings. Is he just making lings? Just
I
ling
mean,
man?
With this
Look
many
at his
Thors,
supply taste is 135.
yeah. He's got that and a missile upgrade coming.
Just in case he needs the roach switch.
Yeah.
You never know when you need some roaches, Tasteless.
Terran's on 14 SCVs, though. And again, all the gas has basically been spent. 91 gas remaining. I don't know, dude. Something was not done correctly here from Armani's standpoint.
Well, Armani has 85 supply.
He has 8,000 minerals.
And 85 supply.
And now he's
Like,
making some...
He's making 7 infestors, and which eats up all of his gas?
I don't get it.
I feel like this is a corrupted replay.
Dude, yeah. I'm like, this can't possibly be the right file.
I'm like, so the
no
guy
game
with
would look
10K
like this.
minerals just sat at 80 supply, you say? He just sat there at it? Is that right? And that was a pro game? Huh.
I mean, there's going to be a point where there's going to be so many lings, you would think he could probably overpower the Thors, but I guess with just a couple Hellions here, that makes it a lot harder, right?
Blue Flame, man.
Terran is just going to take all the other bases. I think there's actually hope for Ryung here.
Not just hope, Tasteless. Despair for his opponent.
18 roaches.
18 plus 0 roaches?
Hell yeah.
That's the move. I don't know, man.
I feel like we've watched Armani play quite the insane late game and then kind of completely and totally fall apart.
Well, he kept making Broodlords against, like, Ghost Thor.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, eventually, Ryung is going to kill it, especially if you keep pushing. And he kept pushing, and he had not enough backup for those. And then it's like, okay, well, Ryung barely lost anything. You lost 120 supply. Oh, my God.
This game is now over a half hour, Artosis. It's an epic one.
Armani is about maxed out again, by the way. Only 3K bank left. So he spent 7K basically on lings and a few roaches. Roach speed almost done. Well, I mean, neural some Thors, I guess.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
the real pro move, Tasteless, is neuraling the Hellbats, right?
Okay, here we go. He's going to come down on these tanks. Can we get this? Here's the Neurals!
Yeah, he does go ahead and scan. That's a lot of Neurals, man. Holy crap, but everything ends up dying.
All right,
and Ryung barely loses anything there.
This is quite the comeback here from Ryung. But I will rest the fault here on the shoulders of Armani.
Well, what do you think about my theory that Ryung just is like Armani always suicides late game, and then so he just sits there and waits for it?
You could be onto something, man.
It just seems like, what if your opponent doesn't do that, and then you're like, oh damn, he just has 2 more bases than me.
How the mighty have fallen, man. It's Armani now with a pretty bad income right now.
Yeah.
A lower supply, and honestly, that situation we've had so many times before, we've talked about so many times before, has happened here now. Zerg has nowhere to expand. Resources dry up on their side of the map. Terran, the race that's going to get the resources in a little bit slower, a little bit later, is now benefiting from the way the race functions, right? There's still resources on their side of the map.
Armani is still mining a little bit more. But he's basically playing against mech here.
Yeah.
Look, he's lost almost 1,000 lings. Wow, that's a big number. Holy crap. 956 Zerglings lost.
Now, he's not budging. He's going to let this Zerg run out of resources, I think.
Tasteless, is 1,000 1% of a million?
Is 1,000 1% of a million?
Yeah. What's
Maybe.
100 thousands? No, that's 100,000, right? So that'd be, no.
What have you done to us right now? What have you done to you and me right now, putting me on the spot?
I am literally watching Armani just sit here and build Ling Roche at 33 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
What have I done, Tasteless? I've tried to change the subject to something else. Forgive me.
This is going on for so long. I'm so tired right now. I don't know what to say. This is crazy.
All right, we got the 3 Thor drop going. Gumiho thought he was hot stuff with 2 Thor drop. What about the 33-minute 3 Thor drop? 1 Thor for every 11 minutes of the game. You wait till 44 minutes, it's going to blow your mind,
1
Jesus.
Thor for every 11 minutes of the game. That's very good.
All right, here comes the Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Okay, clears a little bit.
Okay, we have 2 players, Artosis, and one of them is wrong right now. They're not supposed to be both not engaging each other like this. Like, the Zerg right now is attacking the part of the map that doesn't matter.
Look, if this StarCraft game was going on my house, they'd both get timeouts, okay?
Yeah. I don't get it, though. Like, Terran is only mining from 1 spot on the map, and Zerg's just not going there. Zerg's like trying to stop gas from being mined with his base below his base. I just don't get it, man.
Well, maybe he's being more active there because that's like the last big mineral node, right? So he needs to hold that area as well.
Or he could also just expand to the other big mineral node over here on the right.
Well, I think there's almost nothing left there.
All right,
well,
here
I guess
we go.
Ryung's base has it, but his doesn't, see. Those little buckets of minerals. Only 4 buckets left, man.
Yep.
What happens to the buckets when you mine it out? They just disappear. Isn't that weird?
Here we go. It's do or die, now or never. Armor shred on the Banes.
Is he an ST? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, just Banes being clicked around here. Oh, a lot of dancing with that. Somehow,
that seemed
the command
not
center
as
lives.
Good as it could have been.
66 supply.
Give him time, Tasteless. It's going to take a little bit.
Now, will Ryung make units and attack him, or is he just going to hang back here?
Well, he's mining 1,300 per minute, so how many minutes do we need to max?
I don't know. But I'll tell you, if another 11 minutes comes, that 4th floor drop is coming.
Oh, dude, we're only, we're 9 minutes off that right now. That's what really gets them, too. They don't expect you to have that at 44 minutes, you know?
I guess I'm blown away that Ryung doesn't just attack now.
Well, maybe it's hard to read where you're at.
Yeah, the game's gone on for so long. It's like, well, does he have a lot of minerals or not?
Yeah, there's been a lot of trades. It might be hard to tell if he can quite max out again or not. I'm sure that he can look at this and say, Armani's out of money now.
There we go. GG. End it. Or end me. Get me into the next game.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Ryung takes that one down. That was a bizarre game.
I think everybody suffered that game. That was not the way the pro game's supposed to go. Messy play by Armani into unupgraded Roaches and Lings.
Well, Ryung basically went into mech in the late game. It was just like mass Thor. The Broodlord's suicided. Everything's suicided so many times. Armani he doesn't finish well. He either finishes you with a bang or he fizzles out.
Yeah, he does not have a strong closer. Are we going to have another long one in game 2? Maybe. Or is Armani going to be tempted to try to end this quickly and avoid the struggle of the late game Zerg?
Yeah.
Ooh. We have singing babies.
All right, Blackburn.
All right, guys, Blackburn, map 2, let's go.
Came for war.
Kwangdong Freaks, Armani. Team GP, Ryong.
I have to point out, man, every time I look at this map, on the mini map, I just see a lion face with a hipster mustache.
Yeah, no, I see it too. There's a lot of faces that can be seen here.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a really bad magic eye.
Yeah.
Did your school go through a magic eye phase?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Were you one of the kids that could see the magic eyes or said that you could see the magic eyes? Which
I could
type
see
were you?
him. I knew how to do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It took me like one
I forgot
day.
you were cross-eyed as a child. Tasteless, yeah.
I forgot you have pet rock eyes, tasteless. You couldn't do it?
No, I could see most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it took me a while to see them. To really stare and wait for it to pop out. Then it'd start to pop out, and I'd get excited, and it would pop back in. I'm like, no! Like, yeah, I see the dolphins too. It's not dolphins or toe sass.
People used to spend money buying those Magic Eye posters. They
Oh,
were like
dude.
super trendy and super popular.
Yeah, I had the Magic Eye. I had a Magic Eye book. I'm sure there was multiples.
Yeah.
I thought that was so cool, man. When I got this classic book club. Oh, yeah.
At the time, it was
Oh, yeah.
very cool, man. Okay, what kind of game are we going to have here? That's what I wonder. eBay block, that's cute.
Oh, he's going to get +1 at his third. Nice.
Interesting. And so this will force, if Zerg does take a third base, which they probably will, for it to be either up far away or closer to the Terran. Neither of which are ideal.
Blackburn definitely gives us interesting games. By the way, I still think about that stupid game, I think it was NASL, where like Illusion upgraded +1 at his opponent's natural. You remember this?
Yeah.
You know he's a Valorant player now.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
What team is he on? You know?
I think he's a high-ranked NA player. I'm not sure. I don't think he's like pro.
Oh, okay.
But, like, yeah, just a fun little thing. StarCraft players are good at everything.
Yeah. Well, every other game is basically easier, StarCraft, so that's how you get that. So the EB is going to remain unfinished over here. Is Terran's going to tech up?
All right, away goes the eBay.
I like the eBay play though. Link speed's coming along here.
Yeah, it's where's the third? When's the third?
Well, if it's not soon, we're gonna have to see something pretty drastic.
You'd think we'd see a layer by now with how late that is.
Yeah,
that
he
Reaper
checks
wanted to
for it.
see so bad. Oh my god.
Now the Overlord dies. Do we have any mix-ups here? Does he like cancel the Hellions and go to the tech lab or anything? Doesn't look like it.
No. I hope that this turns into mass Thors.
I hope that this game, they almost mine out the entire map.
Yeah.
And I hope that Ryung never, ever attacks him once. I'm still cracking up about that joke. It's like, well, there was 3 Hellions, 1 for each 11 minutes of the game.
3 Thors, yeah.
3 Thors, excuse me.
It's a good way to randomize your play, right?
Yeah.
No one expects that.
So Stim's coming along here. As you know, both these players seem to have very slow starts here. It's going to be double Evo Chamber coming down now.
Okay. Let's see if it's Roach or Ling upgrades. I think it's going to be Ling. Honestly, he got ahead with his Ling Bane Muta. Like he looked like he was playing much nicer than Ryung. I like his play a lot better.
Yeah.
It's just his late game, you know. Armani's like, yeah, he's like an Alka-Seltzer, you know. It's like he's really good, but at the end of the game, Siegel has to eat him to die. You know, that's the
Siegel
thing.
has to eat him to explode.
Yeah, and he needs you to do that for him. It's like he's already cured all your stomach illnesses, and like, you know, all that's left is for the Siegel to eat him. But if the Siegel just isn't interested, that's it.
That's it, man.
Because the Alka-Seltzer sits in the sand, and no one wants that. God.
We're getting delirious, man. After that last half-hour game, I'm like, I don't even know what's going on right now. All right, Stim, about to finish up over here. And again, we're probably not going to have any real action for a little while now. I mean, they're both powering up pretty heavily. P heavily.
P heavily. Undie P tastes.
All right, so the third CC, is he going to land this close? Zerk, by the way, is really starting to expand out on the map.
Yeah.
2 more bases being taken here.
Well, here's a big part of it. Does Ryung decide to sit back this game? Because he did last game. There was definitely windows there that looked like he had potential.
I hope for the sake of everybody he does not.
Honestly, I don't like Ryung's position here. I liked it better in the previous game. He was ahead on upgrades instead of behind that he is now. He had good tech. It felt like he was in a position where he had potential to push. Here, it does not feel like that. The creep spread of Armani is particularly nice this game. Ryung will not have any sort of leads on upgrades. In fact, he's down 2 upgrades at the moment. Yeah, I don't think he can get done anything. Like, obviously, you can run around with some reads and medevacs and harass, but I don't think there's any attack to it.
Well, it just seems to me like, yeah, you can't really sit back like this, right? Now, he's going to come out here and try to clear the creep. Keep in mind that on this map, we actually tend to see the Zergs get pushed into their mains more than necessarily into the top left. It's just a closer location. It's easier to get in there and do damage.
Top left, you don't see many attacks into. It's very similar to Golden Wall, right?
Right, yeah. A lot of the same features here. All right, 1-1 is done. Tanks are coming up here. Counterattack is barely denied. Whoa!
That was a killer depot raise.
Yeah.
It was the best moment in this series so far. Is that depot raise.
Are you saying it's better than when Armani kept making Broodlords after there were 9 Thors in the game?
A little bit.
I think it's up for debate, Artosis. I don't think we need to close the book on that one yet.
No, certainly right.
All right.
Hey, this is doing all right.
Yeah.
Like this is doing all right for Ryung.
Can this one tank get some cover in the front? There's like the Marines are running back behind the second tank. Uh-oh.
Okay. I mean, not bad for Armani, I think. Yeah. Kills all the reinforcements, has a little bit left over.
And Ryung's just going to keep going for
This push has to go home. No,
yeah, I don't know why he's committing here.
No, yeah. Like the 2 tanks, you might get a little value for a little bit, but I think that this should get held, right?
If the Terran wins this game with this push, Artosis, I don't know what to say, man. There's been no reinforcements able to make it down here.
Yeah, he's got enough queens. It's only 2 tanks. Like, eventually you just have to go for it. Like, I guess you could let the tanks eventually kill all of your queens, but probably it's better at some point to push.
All right, well, the reinforcements are about to merge here, so he needs to attack in right now.
Yeah.
Can he have the splitting? So many Banes, dude. Just no way. GG. Game 3, go.
Okay.
Different game, man. I gotta tell you, I don't feel like Ryung really appreciated the fact that Zerg is gonna get those 2 bases at the top left pretty quickly. Didn't do a lot to interfere. Seems slower. Maybe tired from that last game, or game 1, I mean.
It's possible. If they had shown us his birthday in the previous game when I asked, I'd tell you how old he is and how likely it is that he's tired, but unfortunately, I just don't have that info.
All right, well, we are moving quickly into game 3 now. And Armani, I mean, honestly, that game just looked very easy. Terran just came out with a push, looked like it was never going to work, interfered with reinforcements. Maybe Ryung not going to attack again this time around. I don't know.
I think it would be better for him, honestly. Like,
yeah.
Armani is really good in the mid game. Like, he really gets his macro flowing. He gets those armies moving around, and I mean, he definitely took control of both games mid game.
All right, guys. Berlingrad for map 3. The loser is knocked out of the GSL. Let's go.
Kwangdong Freaks, Armani. Team GP, Ryong.
Now, if, well, whoever moves on, do either of these guys have a real shot versus Dark? Are they just going to be Dark's
Armani
deli
does.
meat?
Armani does.
You think Armani can do it?
Yeah, ZVZ can be volatile enough. Like, I mean, DRG beat Rogue. DRG, like, has been held back from his ZVZ.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, for the past year, at least. Like, since he came back from military, basically, like, he has lost almost every ZVZ. So, I mean, if DRG can upset Rogue, Armani has a chance. But honestly, looking at Ryung's series here and his previous series against Dark, I don't think he has any chance to beat Dark.
Yeah.
I just don't see it.
Well, even the way that Ryung won that one game, it did seem like it's like if Armani was playing a song at the finale of the song, he just didn't hit all the notes and messed it up. You know what I mean?
And he fell into a volcano.
It's like a kid bombing at a piano recital. He was like playing
Yeah.
the song, and then he like couldn't do it, and then he freaked out and he started crying and he ran off the stage.
Yeah, something like that.
And we're like, all right, well, that's...
I'm like, no, just keep playing. You're doing fine. Then he morphs 5 more Broodlords. I'm like, what?
I'm like, is he morphing Broodlords in the song? This is crazy. But yeah, I mean, it was like he just didn't finish the job. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like Ryung had some kind of moment of brilliance really to stop it. He just sort of waited to the game out. And then I think especially when we saw Armani make roaches, and he had no larva banked. He had 8K and just like not larva. It's like, well, that's...
He had larva for quite some time, but he did a couple things during the Broodlord attack.
Yeah.
Where he's like, 56 Zerglings! And he did stuff like that a couple times. Where it's like, okay,
kind of squandered his larva.
Yeah, it makes the Remax slower and tough. And it's like, well, super late game, it's hard to make Lings that good. There's too much splash going on and everything, too many upgrades. One thing I have to say, though, I think game 1 at least, there was some interesting things going on, especially from Ryung's side.
Yeah.
Whereas game 2, I mean, we just looked at the position, and it was like, this does not look like he has any realistic attack available. And then he attacked, and it didn't work, and he died, right? So I really hope we get something closer to game 1 than to game 2.
Yeah, me too.
Although we'll probably miss our trains home if that's the case.
Yeah, if we have a long one, yeah, I don't know how this night's going to end. Also, keep in mind, if Ryung does win here, it's like he kind of did the same thing versus Dark. Long game.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. Honestly, I want to see Ryung win here. Because I would like to see him try something like what he did against Armani against Dark. Because there's something to being very cost-efficient on defense into waiting for that one moment where you really massacre an army, right? There is something to that. Because you only get so many max outs, even with half map.
Sure. Overlord coming in now. And just cleans that up. So, you know, we've got Liberator Tech coming up here. Hellions are still being made in pairs. And it does look as though, unless we start to see a bunch of barracks come down here, it's probably going to be at third base in a little bit from now here from the Terran.
Yeah, like Stim is on the way, Liberator coming. Very, very slow opener, which is fine. Double Evo coming up from Armani, so similar to that last game. Definitely going to be Ling Bane focused. But, I mean, if your opponent is being Ling Bane focused, you know, there's 2 ways you can go about it, right? You can just kind of not engage. Or if you engage, you just have to be very cost efficient and just whittle it down, which can be tough. If Zerg macros well and engages well, I mean, you win one big defensive battle with that, with a pure Ling Bane, and you're golden. It's hard for Terran to do much after that.
Is there any warrant to trying to go for a Nidus network coming up here?
No.
You don't think so?
No. So, I think if you go Nidus here, you're throwing the game. Like, I like Nidus late game against Terran when stuff gets spread out. Sometimes you can pop it in and, like, kill stuff in the main. Like, we've seen some very cool moves like that from top Zergs.
Yeah.
But, like, Ling Queen, Nidus against Terran, I don't buy it.
I don't buy it?
It's garbage, man.
Well, he's going to be getting the 1-1 upgrades here. Stim's done, but I don't think a push is around the corner here. We've still got a lot more barracks coming down now.
Yeah, a couple medevacs on the way, so I'm sure he'll harass slightly with that, but that's about it. I like that he's retaining these Hellions. I think that's very important right now, as that third base is landed in mining.
Yeah, Armani just going to continue to power up, man. In for a super slow game. We do have Marines coming out 5 at a time here. So the infrastructure's finally really built in.
Nice little defensive Liberator.
Yeah, that's cute.
Good amount of Lings and Banes being made.
Yeah, we're at the point in time where tanks are going to be incremented out 1 by 1. We do have an armory coming as well. Combat shields close to finishing up. On the Zerg side of things, Baneling speed almost done.
Yeah, and he's got the macro hatch going up in the main. So this tells us that he is going to stay on Ling Bane for the foreseeable future, which we already kind of knew from the time with Levos and everything.
Yeah, this is why that Liberator's set up over here.
Yeah, does a great job.
It doesn't get anything, actually. Zerg now going for those 5 bases, so we're not far away from when the Terran actually does need to push. They need to start to engage the Zerg.
I don't think he has any push potential once again.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, look at the creep spread. He's about to have Baneling speed, even upgrades. He has the macro hatch. He has a good amount of queens. As far as splash damage here for Ryung, like, I guess you have Hellbats, but, like, those are going to get cleaned up with Banelings. But how many tanks does he have? 2? If that?
Could be right.
Yeah. Like, harass the edges, kill some creep, shave off what you can. But I don't think there's any real kill potential here.
You know, man, Zerg is getting up to 6 bases there. I mean, Zerg is really going to start to get insanely big here. I just feel like Ryung is too slow in this game. He's not matching the development that Armani has. To be honest, this has been somewhat of a dull game because we haven't had that much interaction. But hold on. Now we got that attack coming up here, and suddenly it looks like
that and kills that. Wow.
Okay, so that was all he needed to do.
So that was the worst of all worlds for Armani.
Yeah.
If he literally hadn't done anything about one of the hatches, he could have saved the other. Instead, both gone. So that's a big, big moment for Ryung.
A lot more Banes coming up here. Yeah, I'm kind of stunned that that went as well as it did. You know what I mean? You would expect maybe he gets one of them at best, but so far so good here.
Yeah, I think he was planning on forcing one, but getting both, amazing. 2-2 going to be finishing up here for Armani pretty quickly. He picks up most of or half the Marines, I guess. Uses everything else. Nice little dive bomb into the main. Good targeting on that medevac. All right, so he will clean this up. Loses a few queens, but I mean, that's not that big a deal.
Yeah, nicely done here. And as the 4th base comes down here, more infrastructure is going to be built in. I mean, we should expect a pretty big push coming from Terran. But first, it looks like Zerg wants to see as the those medevacs are in transit, maybe he can do a little bit more damage over here.
Oh boy,
yeah, that's a lot of SCV kills, man. And the Marines are arcing, and the Banelings are still basically finding targets. 46 SCVs are killed off.
the second command center is where all the SCVs died. And Ryung just realized that he has like no economy.
Yeah.
Look at that. He drops from 80+ workers to 40.
And even though Zerg lost those bases there, I don't think this is going to be too much of a pain here for Armani. I think he could basically come back into this.
That was a great moment for Armani. That was,
yeah.
Like, if he had only killed 20, I think Ryung is fine.
Yeah.
But
46 is a lot, dude.
No, that's his economy really got shattered there. Look at this, 102 drones for Armani. Holy crap. That is a lot of workers, man. That's over half of supply.
Yeah, it's insane, man. And, I mean, he's going to be maxing out again. I think it's going to be a straightforward Mass Sling Bane, maybe some Hydras thrown in there. We see some on screen now. And, you know, pick your base and go in there.
Yeah, Ryung, now that the Hydras are out, it's harder for him to harass and everything. Is there a way for him to just kind of turtle up? He has 2 factory siege tanks, right?
Well,
can he turtle this up and actually recover his economy?
Not on 4 bases, I don't think. I think he has 3 bases, he can do that. I think he's spread too thin on 4. Ooh, nice little attack down here at the bottom.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Hydras are coming back to base to get out of here.
53 workers now here. Oh, the Hydra's coming down.
Ryung, pay attention. Yeah, with Vipers coming. Oh, man. If he wasn't Hive Tech yet, I'd give Ryung a much better chance of having some comeback potential. But I think if you just bring your Vipers across the map, this becomes brutal. You're going to lose all these important Liberators and Siege Tanks before you have any real anti-Viper.
Yeah, he's chased that off pretty well here. Looks like the Medivacs are going to try to come back in once more. I do feel like right now Ryung is basically on the verge of death.
Yeah.
And we're just sort of waiting for Armani to finish him off.
But if Ryung can get his supply a little bit higher and a little bit entrenched, this could turn into game 1 again. Because Armani gets very wasteful. He's not good at actually finishing. But this game, he's much further ahead than he was in that game 1 that we watched, right?
Okay, so
backing up. Yeah, see, he's being efficient. He's holding on. Look at this, 6 spines.
I think Armani definitely being cautious after what happened in the last game where he basically overextended and bled out his army. He needs to look for an opening where he can really deliver. I do feel like that bottom left base, the 9 o'clock base, I do feel like that is vulnerable.
Oh, 9?
Yeah.
Well, he has sensor tower, so he can kind of reposition, but yeah, maybe if Armani moves really quickly, you can get in, like, snipe it or something.
Okay, another big drop up here. Armani is starting to get to the point where he's kind of spread too thin here. Is he going to commit anyways? Nice job there. Pulls that tank down.
Yeah, the yoinks are going to be amazing. Okay, he kills off this hatchery. There are ghosts coming out, so maybe we can hit some EMPs here.
Oh, this is so weird. I think these are not the cleanest engagements here. And now this medevac group is going to come down and start to tear through this base.
Okay, Ryung has a shot this game.
Yeah, he does. I think he's basically weathered the storm.
He's up to 81 workers. He is going to need to get a 5th relatively soon. Enhanced shockwaves coming. Double Nidus.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this type of creativity out of Armani because, you know, these frontal attacks are not working. Ryung is sewn up tight.
It just sees, yeah, he's sewn up too tight for sure. He's basically just sitting on 4 bases and you know, running the clock here. I think if he gets Niduses inside the main and starts to rot out the inside, it's going to be huge.
Ryung being as efficient as he possibly can.
So many Banes, man. It's crazy.
If he can stop this first double Nidus, that's going to be big.
Can he get over there, though? I don't know. Where is he going to make it? Does he have an Overlord I don't see on the
I don't think he does right
I feel
now.
like he does not.
Yeah. I think Ryung actually has an idea of what's going on. I just saw a flying unit go from the top left down. So, like, he might be looking for, like, an Overlord that's in position. Now, hold on. Here comes Armani just trying to trudge right through all this.
Yeah. And
not
it's just
very efficient.
I don't get it. You make 2 Niduses and then you don't morph him inside of his base.
Okay, we have 4 Speed Overseers entering the area. So he's definitely, as soon as you see those as Ryung, you should be on the lookout for Nidus.
Yeah. Nice snipe.
Yeah.
He stopped these ones in the main, though.
Yeah, I don't think he's seen those ones at all yet. There's no sensor tower or anything up there. Right, eliminates those 2. But that's where the real trick comes in, Tasteless. That's the mind game. Because here comes the 2 Niduses into the main. Oh, man. All right, some turrets and a bunker coming up. Might end up losing that.
There it is.
Okay, double Nidus. Can he stop this? This is such an important moment.
And it might actually be a bit of a fake here. He might just want to actually attack up into this position over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there's so many SCVs.
Okay. Pretty painful.
More lurkers. Oh, that's weird. All right. How much more is actually up here to defend?
Well, Ryung has plummeted in supply. Armani, not with a huge bank. A lot of his supply is workers.
84 more Lings on the way. Is there going to be a finishing blow here? And Terran's going to move out? What?
Well, he might be looking at this and saying, I am so dead that I need to attack.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Well, into the jaws of the beast he goes. Thing is, I can't possibly imagine he has enough to fight this. With more Banes coming up.
Yeah,
he's gonna start to shell a base maybe and then die.
It's a 6 set of units and he has decent supply, but yeah, it is so tough.
And you know, I don't see medevacs over here. I don't see an exit ramp.
Yeah, that's
gonna be game. Get me into the next series.
All right.
GG. Okay, Ryung is dead. It's gonna be a ZVZ now. Armani versus Dark.
Armani pretty happy with pulling that one out. After game 1, it looked tough for him, but
yeah.
Whew. Whew. Yeah. You know, that one moment where he hit the Banes into both locations and killed 46, 47 SCVs.
Yeah.
That is so hard to come back from. And Ryung started to make a game of it, but Armani just gained too much of an edge at that point.
You're absolutely right. Armani and Ryung talking about that game after it's finished. Look, man, I mean, that was a rough one for Ryung. Look forward to seeing him next season. Our final match, Armani vs. Dark, is coming up next, guys. We'll be back after this short break.
up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다. 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
실성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다. 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요? 네. 아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 박수 한번 드립니다.
최고의 적은 적의 정적 이병렬. 10년 만에 결승진출 꿈은 이루어지고 있습니다. 우승자 대상은 아직 끝나지 않았습니다. 시즌에 우승을 할 것이라고 예측한 사람 많지 않았습니다.
Today's matchup. Dark. Ryung. Armani. Zoun. Round of 20. Group C. Africa TV. Freak Up Studio. Live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Late into the evening we go. It is now time for the final best of three. Ryung versus Armani.
Yeah.
Long and dramatic series. It did conclude with Armani surviving, but only now to go up against Dark, as one player will be eliminated, the other goes on to the round of 10.
So, can Armani do it here? Can he upset Dark and advance to that next round?
That's the big question, Artosis.
It seems like a long shot. Like, Dark is very good ZVZ.
Yeah, I do feel like it's just hard to imagine a world where Armani is going to win 2 games against Dark, right? Dark is really good at ZVZ. You know, Zerg has been extremely strong for a long time in StarCraft. If you're going to become a champion, you have to be good at ZVZ. That's Dark.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's good stuff, but...
That's good stuff, Tasteless.
That's great, Tasteless.
I see what you did there, Tasteless,
Yeah.
but I got to tell you.
I like the way that you're talking, but zip the lip, because if you ask me before the season starts, who's more likely to win here, DRG over Rogue or Armani over Dark? I say Armani over Dark.
Really?
Yes.
I think you're crazy, Artosis. I think you've lost your
You
mind.
think DRG's more likely to be Rogue than Armani is to be Dark?
In a
before the
straitjacket,
season?
in a mental institution, banging your head on the wall right now. That's how crazy I think you are.
Well, that is Ryung and Armani's fault. But but no, really, he has a shot.
Okay. All right, guys, Hardwire. Let's see what happens.
I came for war.
Kwangdong Freaks, Armani. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Okay. ZVZ, here we go. It's going to be weird if, we've already lost Rogue and then Dark gets knocked out.
Yeah. That's like 2 of the most likely champions. I mean, if you look at the last few years of GSL, it's only been won by a handful of people, right?
Yeah.
Maru, Dark, Rogue, TY, and then like a random Cure victory.
Yeah.
So, no, that would be kind of insane. Like I said, Maru might win GSL tonight.
Could happen, dude. Could be the moment, man. Armani beats Dark, and then we just look, and it's just Maru with the trophy. He's kissing it. The G5L trophy.
Yeah.
There's confetti coming down. I'm like, we didn't install confetti in the studio today.
So, I feel like Armani is going to have something planned here. Okay? Here's the biggest thing I'm looking for any game that opens up looking like this.
Yeah.
Who's going to make a bunch of lings after the third hatch?
One person has to make lings, the other one has to defend against them.
Yeah.
Who's going to take a third base?
Well,
This and
they
more.
both are with these builds. Like, we're going to see those thirds go down relatively soon, I would say, and then we get to see, like, does anyone make more than 8 lings, basically?
Yeah.
And I feel like I want to see Armani do it. Because, like, I mean, it feels to me like the person who makes the lings generally has a slight edge. When we're talking about lings and banes, there's an attacker's advantage, right? Because you're close to your opponent's base, there's potential for damage there. Let's see. Banely Nest on both sides. A little bit of micro there from Dark.
Yeah, we don't see any lings triggered just yet.
No.
Still drones on both sides. We could, in theory, just have them both keep making drones, too.
Yeah.
Which
I mean,
feels like it never happens, but it is possible.
It's true. 2 more lings for Dark. 2 more drones. A lot more drones. Okay, 4 lings for Armani, but we're still not up to levels that you can attack with. You see a big plume.
Couple more drones just now were made here for him as well. 6 lings for Dark. Does it go up?
Yeah, it needs to go a little bit higher than that if you want to attack. Another drone.
The layer starts over here for Armani.
Dude, they are droning. Look at that. They are just, no one's interested in the attack.
Right, gonna start chipping away at that Overlord.
That Queen's really getting out there, huh?
8 Ling's armor for the ground is gonna be upgraded. Nice catch here. Bit of an overextension here from Armani. I think he got kind of debated there. 12 more Lings and the Roach Warren's coming. No layer here for Dark. Dark is going to go for the jugular Artosis.
Yeah. Hey, you know, he got you baited there, man. That was so far out.
Yeah.
That's like saying I baited you because there's an Overlord outside my natural. It's like, how far are we actually going to go with this Queen?
Well, also, if you're not going to be attacking at all, I'm like, should you really be out on the map like that? You know?
Yeah. Okay, Spire for Armani, but with the Carapace upgrade here for Dark, like he is going to be doing a massive Ling Bane Roach, right?
That's right.
So
now 14 Lings have been started here and 2 Banes as well here for Armani. But I think you're right, Artosis. I think that there's going to be a pretty good setup here for Armani to try to come in and do quite a bit of damage.
Well, yeah, Armani is making a lot of Lings and Banes. Like, can he keep the action on Dark side until he has Mutas? I don't think so. Oh, that would have been a sick explosion. Okay, pretty decent. Now, here comes Dark's Roaches. Spire not done. Third base has to be given up. Like, he needs to make Mass Spine his natural right now. Or like a minute ago. Not a minute ago, but like a little bit ago.
Maybe 45 seconds ago.
Yeah. 30 seconds ago, maybe, Tasteless?
Sorry, guys. I really jumped the gun there.
Yeah. Minute? Oh, that was... why do I always go so hyperbolic?
I know. You're just... It's always too much, Artosis.
I know.
All right, here we go. Big attack inbound here. Spire is going to finish. But Muta's only just now started here. Okay.
Now, here goes Dark. Let's see what he gets done. Okay, he's going to dive on the third.
Yeah,
he's droning at home. Okay.
Kind of funny to see these surrounds attempted on these Roaches here. All right, so 1 hatch goes down. This is going to force Armani on 2 bases.
I don't mind this for Armani.
I don't think it's terrible, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I expected this to be a little bit more decisive from Dark, but it seems like he did get slowed enough. I thought he was going to be there in time to actually do something. Like one of these games where you see like Roaches in 2 different locations killing some drones, then it's like, okay, what's the drone count? But now Armani is going to have a serious amount of Mutas coming across the map. Complete map control, remakes a third. These Mutas going to be very, very useful. How many does he have? 9 with 4 more on the way. Not bad.
Yeah. So he's heavily committed. The Roaches can still generate threats of a counterattack, which forces the Mutas to stay back and defend for that.
Yeah, good defense. Clearing these Overlords as well. I like to see it. And eventually he's going to feel like he can bring his Mutas together.
All right, so we are now at the point here where the third is going to be remade. I think that Dark really leveraged this very well. The Mutas haven't really done much damage. It's going to be a double expo for Armani. But, you know.
Oh. If it's a double expo, is he just going to go directly into Lurker, do you think?
I guess so.
Because you can't go pure Hydra or something. Like, he's making a Hydra stand, it has to be, right?
Well, I think for Dark, he's going to go Hydra. I think he's just going to mask them up and try to push out here. And this is going to be basically like a 1-2 punch to where he's going to kill him with that.
And there is the Lurker Den for Armani, so that is...
Now, can he get there just before? Maybe.
Yeah, this is hard to call, actually. Like, we don't know when Dark is going to move out, right? He's getting some upgrades here. Probably right before Roach Speed and Hydra range. The Mutas seem to be doing a good job buying time. If you get a decent amount of Lurkers out, you're pretty good.
Yeah. Looks like he's not going to kill the hatchery.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was a good choice to not try.
Nice Ling run by. A lot of drones going to be killed here.
Yeah, not bad. Ooh, swipes back in and gets the hatch. Does lose some mutas there for sure. Do we see the counterattack? Yeah. 8 lurkers. Let's see what we can do with those. And I don't think there's any Ravagers, right? It's just Roach Hydra.
Okay. Roach is coming up again.
Got to give up the 4th. That's okay.
Yeah. Again, you know, it's not like Dark has well, I think he's going to lose his 4th in a second, I should say here. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Dark's going to lose his 4th here. Can he push any further in here? I don't think so. Not with the lurkers.
Yeah, this army
so
is...
this gets cleaned up. Kind of even footing. Can he actually wrap around this side and then just bust in? I mean, the lurkers are not in a very good spot.
Oh. You know what? Yeah.
He could just run into the main? Or is he really going to try to kill the 3rd?
That's a really good move. Yeah, it seems like Armani is so busy doing his attack that he was not prepared for this. And this
I'm kind
is
of
such a
shocked
good
this
move.
is actually how this game's going to go down. Because I think that this is going to be game ending here. Oh, God, especially if Hydras are just going to gun down the mutas as they return back. All right, so game 1.
Oh, wow.
Going to go to Armani here.
Look, or to Dark, you mean?
Sorry, Dark, excuse me.
Well, Armani is going to pop out one Swarm Host here. This is the Zerg pheromone release equivalent of speaking to each other.
Yes.
He's showing his stomach to Dark, who is the superior Zerg.
GG. Dark takes game 1. Could have gone on longer, but you got to respect that angle. They can come in there, Ed. Frustrating day here for Armani.
Yeah, that was purely out positioning Armani, and just very quickly it happened. That's too bad because if he just has slightly better positioning there, I think he's actually good. Like, Dark didn't have anything else going on. His 4th got killed off immediately. There was still more attacks going on by Armani. I mean, Armani had potential to bring back his units too to flank. Like, but he decided to keep going, and then Dark just kind of walked around everything. That happens sometimes.
It does.
That can be a painful loss because you look at that and you're like, well, it literally doesn't matter how good you get. Occasionally, you're going to lose a game like that.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's hard to do everything at once, right? I mean, that is a challenge of StarCraft. 2,000 atmospheres is where we go for game 2. Can Armani pull this back, or is Dark going to close another one out? We're going to find out, man. Our map is now loading up. Again, the loser is out of the GSL. The winner goes on to the next step into the round of 10.
Came for war.
Guangdong Freaks, Armani. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
He's got to be feeling good about that because he took a bunch of bad positions and worked through it and got the victory.
Yeah.
You know? Games like that, it's funny because you look at it in one direction, you can say, wow, I actually kind of got out-strategized, and then I tactically won anyways, right?
Yeah, well, sometimes games are won with just a little tactic, you know. That's true for a lot of StarCraft games, is like they over-defend the 3rd, so you just go to the natural.
And I find that a tactical victory like what Dark just pulled off is, I think, very rewarding for a player because it's like its basis is in like fundamentals.
Yeah.
Whereas strategies can get kind of complex and you're going back and forth and who's getting the edge and stuff, and it's like, okay, sometimes you're just going to end up on the wrong side of that no matter what.
Yeah.
Whereas tactically with the game going on, it's like, oh yeah, no, I just kind of like saw this moment and took it and bam.
Yeah, you see this opportunity. I mean, because it's like an if this then that situation. So he gets up there. He has the counterattack going. He gets up. He says, "Okay, there's lurkers. Well, there's one more step we want to do before we turn back." And that step is, let's just see if he's also not protecting the natural. And then he's not, and he goes, "Oh,
yeah,
we'll just run in." Then you win that way. And it's always important to have those kind of things built into your play. where it's not just about the counterattack. It's about, okay, well, let's analyze a few more steps here and not just give up because we saw lurkers and run back home and make a fourth. Because if there is an opportunity there and we seize it, and it might be a matter of seconds, but if we do it, we won the game.
Yeah.
And you're right, those are extremely rewarding games.
So I think for Armani, that shouldn't hurt his confidence,
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he did get outplayed in that way, but he did a lot of outplaying that game as well.
Sure.
Like, that was a solid game. Not unhappy with that game at all, Tasteless. I was a little bit unhappy with some of the Ryung Armani games, but that was a solid one. CBZ really is the best matchup.
Now we know. 14 links being made here. Dark going to pull the trigger. So far, Armani, focused on development, is going to have to brace for impact.
Yeah, this is what we were looking for in that last game. That is a lot of circlings that are going to be coming across the map. Baneling nests on both sides. Okay, Armani's making lings now. But is he going to be able to actually defend the hatchery? All right, Queen's walking out. Yeah, you do not want to lose this hatchery. You are just strictly behind at that point.
Yeah. Nice targeting on that one, Bane. A little bit premature with the morph there. Baneling's about to finish. Barely backs away. Still 3 queens. That's a lot.
That's a solid hold. That is a solid hold. And now he's got enough lings. He may want to move across the map.
Yeah, there's still lings being made right now for Dark. Is he going to go back into drones? He's going to try to set up another tactic here, this time trying to punish the fact that there's 2 positions that have to be defended here. Okay, he comes in again. The creep, I think it's connected. Yeah, it is. Dude, he gets the hatch.
That's a bit painful.
Yeah,
that
and this third hatch is going to be completely fine. Oh, hold on, more links are going to come down. Yeah,
it's completely fine. There's some Banes here for Dark. Oof. Okay, where do you go as Armani? Like, he's remaking the hatch, but your opponent just has more production than you. Goes for a Roach Warren. +1 is on the way. Okay. Yeah, but Dark is going Roach Warren. Like, if you know your opponent is going to go, like, Roach, Ling, Bane type of all in.
Yeah, on 2 base.
And you just make Roaches and you have the 3 hatches against...
You'll just have more. There's nothing else to it.
Yeah. And a lot of what Armani would probably be looking to do there is to pick off Banelings, right?
Can he actually kill this with the second one?
No.
What about the third one, Artosis?
Not quite.
What about the fourth? Okay, never mind.
They had been a little bit quicker.
A lot of Banes coming here. Oh!
Okay. Oh, that wasn't right.
I mean, I think this is just going to end, right? I mean, with this many more Lings and Roaches coming out.
I think it's actually going to stabilize first.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. I think what's going to happen here is it'll stabilize, and then Dark is going to, in like 2 minutes here, pull way ahead.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, drones are only just now starting to mine over at that new base, where Dark has been, harvesting minerals for a while now.
Yeah, Armani is popping up that drone count as hard as he can right now. Trying to get ahead, but notice how Dark is just very consistent on this Roach production. Look at the army supply.
Yeah.
As Dark starts to pull ahead. It's like, yeah, he's down 10 workers, but he literally is up 20 army supply.
This is not a game where you want to wait for the 4th base. You want to actually come in and flatten the 3rd. You want to really take advantage of this. A couple Banes kill some drones, but the problem is I think there was already enough minerals mined to have a substantially stronger army. And when the Banes can come in here and blindside this from the side, I think it's going to be brutal, man.
Can Dark attack right this second?
I'm not sure. He does seem to be a bit disjointed.
Yeah, I think Armani's defense is solid here. just for this moment. Now let's see, the Baneling's coming up. Okay. Kind of an interesting hit with that. Gets rid of the morphing spines.
Yeah, he is starting to overpower with these roaches. More lings are going to come down here to basically tank.
Getting some decent hits. The queens have come down as well, though. We are very close to Armani's hatches. Here comes some more lings for flanking.
Yeah, I think he actually might have enough to drive this out.
Yeah, just barely, it seems.
18 more lings coming. 8 roaches about to hatch over here. Got to be careful not to overextend.
Yeah. It felt like just slightly premature there for Dark.
Well,
and
I also think it was too fancy, the setup. He had these Banes all the way on the side.
Yeah.
Just got shot down by Queens, where I think really what you want to do is like just keep your army together.
Yeah.
And you're going to win this fight.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. And like it
So
felt
Armani
like
survives.
he needed to get everything together and hit all at once because he did have a decent army supply advantage, but that ends up not working out for him. So he's going to re-catch up in workers. Armani, though, getting pretty massively ahead in upgrades. He's going to be up 2 attack upgrades here very shortly.
Nidus network here for Armani.
Okay.
Interesting. Now, I don't know if that we're going to see too much more aggression from Dark just yet, but this Nidus could really throw him off.
Do you think you go for Nidus in the main or outside the third?
Maybe outside the third.
Yeah, I think you just get it down as a rally because like the +2 against +0 is amazing. Because he's got twice as many roaches. Armani's just going to walk away with this.
Yeah, we're going to go to game 3.
Right?
I think so, man. I mean, I think Dark really squandered his opportunity by not engaging
he blundered
correctly.
that, yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Doesn't even need the Nidus. +2 going to be a bit brutal here.
Here it is, Nidus in the main.
Another Nidus going up as a rally.
The Ling's going to come in here and surround this.
Okay. Is
Not
Armani
bad.
now getting too fancy?
Yeah, well, I guess the answer is no. GG, Armani takes that game. We're going to game 3.
1-1.
All right, dude. Armani did it. He took a game off of Dark. He can do one. He can do another.
If Dark loses here, I think that him and Rogue should go on vacation together.
I think so, man.
Yeah.
He take a long break and come back for GSL Season 3 with a fresh start, man.
Go down to Jeju.
That's right.
Share a bottle of soju. Talk about the Zerg players that don't have...
Yeah. Wade into the water with a T-shirt on, Korean beach style.
Yep.
Man, Dark really did have that game. Again, I don't know why the Baneling flank was set up the way it was. I don't think that is a complicated ending you have to have there.
Yeah.
You just have enough roaches. You killed their third. But, you know, there you have it, man. We're going to go to Burlinggrad for map 3.
All right, let's see. Can Armani make another huge upset in this season?
Could happen, man. And with Rogue already out of the picture, imagine a GSL with now Rogue and Dark. Let's see if that's what we get. Let's go.
Came for war.
Kwangdong Freaks, Armani. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Ah, look at this. Cool first for Dark.
You know, we talk about Dark cheesing a lot in best of 5s. I'll have like one game where he does cheese. Like
This
cool here.
But okay, this definitely could be a cheese, but it also might actually be just a slightly slower hatch, like that's defensive. Like if this was a 12 pool from Armani, he would crush, right?
Sure.
Let's see what he does.
So the pool's just now started for Armani.
Yeah, there's his hatch. Is the hatch not, I mean, it's behind, but not that far behind. You get a quicker queen.
Right. He's not going to know this is coming just yet. 6 lings have started. No drone or anything like that out on the map. And the first queen in the game is going to be made here on dark side. Now again, that pool is not finished yet, but it can be tempting to squeeze out an extra drone or two. So let's see how this goes. The Overlord's going to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Sound the alarms as this rush is inbound.
Yeah. It's not the quickest Ling, so he's going to know that it's not the... Like, he's not probably afraid of losing that base right now. But Dark is still mining gas, so it looks like he wants to add a Baneling nest. His speed is just slightly ahead. But multiple queens coming out.
Now he's going for the... does not get the surround on the egg.
Try, though.
Oh, man. Baneling's nest starting here. It's about 50% complete. Ling's speed is ahead here for Dark, as would make sense. I mean, he got all of his tech stuff earlier. But Armani seems to be okay. He is up 5 workers. I mean, really, you need to do some degree of damage with this rush, or you're just going to be playing from behind.
Armani's doing pretty good. Like, I like this chase. This tells me that he knows that Banelings are a real possibility.
Yeah,
here.
you can't morph them if they're being pursued like this.
Now his couple Lings that run in, see what's going on.
He starts the Banes.
Yeah.
More Lings come down.
No spine has been started for Armani. One spine would make a huge difference
here. One spine is having that kind of static defense.
He's going to have to pull back to his ramp.
More Lings started.
This is...
The last Baneling hatches. All right, he's coming through. Again, the Banelings want to connect onto the Lings.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Hey.
One more Bane, one more Bane.
That's big. That one Bane coming in, a big problem.
Yep, he surrounds the Queen. And he gets it anyways.
Oh.
Nicely done. I think Dark is going to move on.
Yeah, it really looks that way right now. More Lings coming down, trying to hold on. They're at similar drone counts. No queens right now for Armani, unfortunately. No real static D. I think this is just about it.
Yeah, that's going to be game.
Yeah. That is that.
Tell you, man, Dark knows how to really get in your face. GG. Woo. Dark does move on.
Yeah.
We got at least one Zerg Legend advancing to the round of 10.
Yeah. Pulls the trigger there. Does a very aggressive build. Out micros Armani. Armani did not take it seriously enough. And congratulations to Dark.
Yeah.
This is the 20th time in a row that he's gone to the round of 16 or higher. That is 2 parting awards in a row back to back.
That's crazy.
So that is some scary consistency right there.
Armani, look, he's good. He's just not consistent in his play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he could, if he made a spine, he would have survived that. If he had lurkers at his entrance,
He
at least
pulled
that
back
game
to
one.
the ramp, maybe? Yeah, no, yeah, the lurker thing from game 2 or whatever. It was, or game 1, yeah.
Game 1.
He put up a good showing tonight, though. Armani did well.
Yeah, it was good. Just not, round of 10 quality. Guys, we're going to go to an interview now with Dark, see how he's feeling. He has advanced to the round of 10 of the GSL.
Dark defeats Armani in the final match, and he moves on to round of 10 as the second place of the group. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, Dark, you have made it to the round of 10 2 consecutive times now. How do you feel? Honestly speaking, I don't think this group was should have been this hard to go through, and it was really hard for me today. But I feel really happy. The second game, you destroyed the opponent's triple base, but then the opponent made a comeback and you lost the game. That's right. So I destroyed the triple base, and I thought I had the upper hand, definitely. But honestly, I didn't want to go to the third game because it's Berlingrad in the third game, and it's like the maps are like rock, paper, scissors, and I knew that I have a disadvantage in the third game. But that's right, so in the third game, you exploited when the enemy predicted the least, and you were able to get that game. Alright, let's go with the winners match. And in the first game, you were able to come up very big in a fight. But then the second game could have been a little bit disappointing for you. So it might have made you angry a bit. And in the third game, the Ravagers and the Zerglings were disrupted by Zoun's disruptors.
두 번째 판 같은 경우는 워낙 불리했어가지고
In the second game, you know, I was in a very bad situation.
마지막 판에 좀 판단 실수를 많이
And in the third game, you know, my decisions were poor, my decision making was poor, and that led to my loss.
그냥 끝났을 것 같은데 좀 너무 많이 생각을 한 것 같아요.
I think I thought too much in the third game. So Zoun, did you think that you would ever lose to Zoun?
원래 평소 같았으면 자신 없었는데 이번엔 자신 있었거든요.
Like usually I wouldn't have that much confidence against him, but today I did have confidence. In GSL Nautilus, you showed solid performance to defeat Ryong. And Dark, you mentioned that in GSL Nautilus, if the Zerg and the Terran are placed vertically or horizontally, it's very bad for the Zerg, you said. But you know, I was very fortunate because we were situated diagonally. So the Terran kept trying to grab a jackpot with the Widowmine drop, but he failed to do so. So were you never threatened by the Terran in that matchup? In a match against Ryong, yes. I mean, he was better than I expected, so I was a little bit startled, but I also made a thorough preparation, so I was able to overcome it. As a seeded member of Group C, you managed to move on to round of 10. So over the past few days, we got to see some very big upsets. Like CEST got eliminated and Ryong got eliminated. So how did you watch the GSL so far? Well, I saw Ryong's match. He went to the final match. And then he lost the paper scissors rock with the builds. A very unfortunate loss indeed. But you know, I think it's good for me because he's my nemesis. So I do want to ask a few questions to him. So Rogue has left, but Su came back. And after being discharged from the military, he's gained pretty good form. And he's managed to move on to the 22nd Code S. And if you underestimate him, I think you might be taken aback by his performance. So what does Su mean to you, Dark? What does his existence mean to you? You know, he's a really stellar ZVZ player. And players who come back from the military, they tend to move on to round of 4 pretty easily. So I think Su's gonna be pretty big this season. So Dark, you showed very good performance last season, and this time you actually complimented Hero about his play. You said that he puts on a very irritating performance with the Protoss. So what was that about? I actually said much worse things in the interview, but that was edited out. Well, whenever I go against Hero, it's always frustrating to play against him. And he's just good, he's just playing good. I mean, if there are no upsets, I think Hero might eventually actually lift the trophy for this season. You know, if I give him lots of compliments, he might get eliminated. So that's why I'm trying to compliment him a lot. So Dark, before you move on to round of 10, anything you want to say? Well, today I definitely got to go through some hell. In the next round, I hope to put on a better performance and hopefully move on to the finals to lift the trophy. Once again, congratulations, Dark. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. All right, guys, that's our show for the night. We're going to be back on Thursday with more GSL, but for the sake of summary, here's how the games went down. Zoun and Dark did advance. It wasn't in the order I expected it to be, but look, I mean, this all makes sense, right? I mean, not a lot of major surprises. I didn't anticipate Zoun beating Dark, but it's not the craziest thing in the world either.
No, certainly. He actually has a pretty good record against Dark already. Maybe just stylistically he's doing well against him. Ryung, a little bit disappointing in the games tonight. I would have really liked to see him against Zoun. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And Armani, I think he played solid tonight.
He looked very good.
Like, there was definitely some issues late game against Ryong in that one game. But other than that, I think very solid games. Well done. Some tough losses in there. And,
yep,
maybe next season.
Till next time, man. Up on Thursday. This is going to be a fun one, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Trap, Astra, Cure, Ragnarok.
Yeah. Very excited to see this. Trap, let's see what he can do against the North American legend in Estrella.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see Estrella get through this group. That would be amazing. But that is a very tough group.
He's a
Kira's in great form. Trap
Yeah.
is always amazing. And Ragnarok is dangerous as hell, man.
He really is. Yeah, I look forward to that. And, you know, by season 3, we should have more foreigners, more non-Koreans in the GSL, which will be good, too.
Yeah, I would love to see more of that.
Yeah, me too.
As they come back over and try to participate. It would be amazing to have, like, a very foreigner-heavy season.
Yeah, that would be very much welcomed. And other than that, I don't have much else to say. Good job, Bartosis. It's good to have you back.
Oh, it's excellent to be back. I'm so happy to be out of my house.
Yeah, 7 days, you said, stuck inside?
Stuck inside, yeah.
Damn, it's brutal, man.
And I had nothing to do for like 4 days after that, so like I've just been sitting
He's
around
been
there.
hanging out waiting for
Yeah,
the
waiting
studio
for
work to pick
GSL.
up. Well, we should be here for every other day of GSL. Special thanks to State for filling in. And that's all the time we have. We love you guys. See you Thursday. Bye-bye.
#2022 GSL Season 2.